Alright, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Tiberium Wars 1 vs. 1 February Fury Tournament, hosted proudly by GameReplays.org. My name is Spartacus, or Sparty, or that guy that should uninstall the game, whichever you guys prefer. I go by all three, and we have some excellent action here for you today. A Tiberium Wars tournament. That's right, you heard me correctly. This is not going to be Kane's Wrath today. You most likely know me due to the fact that I cast a lot of Kane's Wrath, or at least some. Not so much lately, just due to the fact that I've been incredibly busy IRL, or in real life for those of you that don't speak Leet speak. And yeah, so just been very, very busy, but we have a tournament cast coming for you today, one of my specialties. And it's going to be Tiberium Wars. So this is going to be a 1 vs. 1, kind of more of a standard format tournament. No special rulings, at least not that I'm aware of. I should be aware of whatever is going on, but unfortunately I'm not exactly well read this morning. I apologize if I sound a little bit nasally or just kind of out of place this morning. I'm actually a little bit tardy this morning due to the fact that my alarm clock, apparently I decided to hit the snooze button twice, and around here that's no joke. That sets me back 15 minutes each time, so yeah, so instead of waking up at 6 o'clock this morning, I ended up waking up at 6:30 and had about a half an hour to get everything squared away. And as you can see, likely from my overlay, it's not exactly up to speed. I kind of had to quickly snip out the Kane's Wrath logo at the top because I totally forgot that there was a Kane's Wrath logo, and kind of threw in a Tib Wars logo. So it doesn't look great, but it will serve the purpose here for today. So with all of that vamping aside, let's actually hop into the Tournaments 1 lobby just so that everybody knows that I am here. Okay. Alright, and we're going to be running through the brackets here any moment. I'll be giving you guys an update on the format and all of that any second. And let me just get my information open. Like I said, I apologize, everybody. I'm running a little bit behind. Not exactly up to speed yet this morning. But some Tib Wars action coming your way. And I know we're getting ready to start here any moment, so I need to get through this stuff as quickly as possible. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so quickly, the map pool is going to be Pipeline Problems, Barstow Badlands, Small Town USA, Tournament Arena, Tournament Dust Bowl, Tournament Rift, and Tournament Tower. So as you can tell, we have a much smaller map pool than we would with a Kane's Wrath tournament, but that's okay. That's okay. I like these maps. You know, obviously all the tournament maps are pretty standard, Small Town USA being included in those, even though it doesn't have the fancy tournament name in front of it. And so Barstow Badlands, I'm not terribly familiar with that map. I'll have to check it out once we actually get into some games. But obviously Pipeline Problems, fairly familiar with that map, seen it a ton of times. And we're no stranger to that map, even in Kane's Wrath. So, with that said, let's see if the bracket's actually been updated here. Doesn't look like the bracket's been updated yet. I was hoping to give you guys a bracket rundown, but it looks like I'm maybe not as late as I thought I was. And just a heads up, everybody, I'm not going to be as active in checking the chat today as I normally would be. And that's not due to the fact that I don't want to. It's due to the fact that I sometimes can't. I have different things pulled up on my screens, and I only have so much real estate on my second monitor at the moment in order to get things up there. But we'll be doing what we can to check in on that stuff as we're going along here. And we'll do my best there. Let's see. Just trying to take care of a couple of housekeeping items. But how is everybody doing on this fine morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world? I am off to a very slow start this morning, still kind of shaking off the dust. Managed to just hop out of the shower a few seconds ago, so getting ready for the day. I'm one of those people where I can't really function at all during the day, can't really speak or do anything properly until I've at least had a shower in the morning. And managed to get that done. So should be hopefully ready to go here after a game or two. Maybe the first game we'll have the jitters kind of shaked out, or shook. That's the word. Yeah, English is hard. But yeah, in for some good games. I can at least run you guys through the players, I believe. Let's see, find the original Wars. Come on, where are you? Okay, here's this. Alright, so let's go through the format. The format is a single elimination tournament, and it will be best of 5 rounds up to the semifinals. So that means that we're going to have some long games to start with. At least 3 games for these earlier matches. Should be interesting. I just realized that I'm talking over myself. Where is the audio coming from? I know that my audio is working, but that aside. Oh, and just so everybody knows, there are 2 other streamers available for this tournament. If you guys don't necessarily want to watch this on YouTube, or don't necessarily want to watch or listen to my lovely voice, you can check out Aggressive Panda over at Twitch TV/Reaper45. At least I believe that is his Twitch channel. And then there is Twitch TV/Yuri Isidorov stream. I'm not honestly sure how you say that name, or I guess I could spell it for you. It's Twitch TV/YURISIDOROV. I think that is the stream name. Don't quote me on it. Or quote me on it. Whatever. I don't care. So, that is going to be that. Where are the players? Oh yeah, kind of need the forum topic. That would be the one to go for. So, wow, okay, all right. We got 17 players signing up. When I originally signed on for this cast, there was quite a few less players. I think there's around 6 at the time. So I was a little bit nervous about having like multiple casters showing up for, you know, a 3 or 4 game tournament. But run you guys through the sign up since the brackets are not up. Angel of Death, Dimitri CNC, Unknown 999, Shocktreatment is here. Mr. Whitey 998, you guys know him from Kane's Wrath. Aggressive Panda, obviously the other Kane's Wrath caster, or caster in general. He does both games. Maze, also another very well-known Tib Wars player. Inca Paiza, lose for the win. Not sure who that is, to be honest. Shoctrepet, the number NR, number 1, number quotation marks NG. Don't know who that is. We have Jack Up Jim. Not sure who that is either. Maddockdu, I think that's what it is. And then Yuri, I'm just going to call him Yuri, because his name is very difficult to say in English. Nice.ru, Blackheart 0001, and Bert. I believe Bert is Wookie Bert. Not 100% positive on that, but I believe that to be the case. I can check the signups real quick and see if it is in fact him. Let's see. Where are you at, Bert? Bert Neal. Oh no, okay, so that's Bert Neal. It looks like he is a new player. This is his first post on a game replay. So let's just check to make sure that he's not a smurf of somebody. And, well, his IP address comes up as a different, or rather a unique IP address, so we'll assume for the time being that he is a normal player. Not sure exactly who he is, but yeah, so Bert. Not to be confused with Wookie Bert, because it is not Wookie Bert, at least not to my knowledge. At least he's not admitted it. So that's going to be that for the players. Going to be checking out the brackets here as soon as they're available. Let me see if they are available. It doesn't appear as though they are. I think we're still waiting for everybody to kind of show up here. It looks like there's a decent number of people in the Tournaments 1 lobby at the moment. And not all of them are just straight up staff members here, so that's a good sign. Not sure what everybody's talking about here, but yeah, just going to be vamping for a few minutes here while the brackets are posted. Thought they would have been done by now, to be honest. I'm a little bit surprised. But maybe these guys are dealing with some other issues on the back end of things. And let's just check in on Skype, make sure there's nothing going on there. Starting in 5, and he sent me that message 10 minutes ago. Okay, good to know. Let's see. Alright, so let's check in on the chat on you guys. What is going on? You say Bert is Cybert. No, that will definitely not be Cybert. I would be, honestly, a little bit surprised if Cybert's even awake at this point in time. I know he's very much opposed to the early morning streams, and I would have to join in with him on that, at least to an extent. I mean, it's nice to be able to get this stuff done in the morning, but he usually ends up wrapping pretty early today and then right into the early afternoon. Which kind of kills your Saturday, or Sunday, rather. I guess it is Sunday now. But yes, how are you all doing today? I'm doing just fine. Will there be some Kane's Wrath tourney soon? Yes, there will be. I'm not exactly sure on a date, but there should be one coming up in the near future. We do have... and this is breaking news to you guys because I haven't actually submitted any information aside from the info to the players that would be invited, but we have a kind of a quasi-invitational tournament coming up for Control Zones. If you guys are not familiar with what Control Zones is, I implore you to head over to Kane's Wrath, or rather, GameReplays.org and check that out, and be sure to check out the Control Zone game modes that Predator has created. Pretty cool, and I'm hoping that we can get a small little tournament of players that know what they're doing to kind of showcase the game mode to you guys, so you guys can check that out. That one will likely be a more informal setup. I'm still debating on date and time frame on that, as it's really going to rely more on when players are available rather than, you know, our typical standard tournament timing, just due to the fact that we're not, you know, opening the signups to everybody. The original thought was that, you know, it would be great to have everybody sign up, but I mean, if players are just getting stomped or don't know anything about the game mode, that it's going to be kind of boring or kind of drawn out in some cases to be streaming those games. So we want to bring you guys the action and really show you maybe how to play the game if you haven't played it before. And yeah, it would be interesting. It looks like the brackets have been posted. So, okay, brackets are posted. So let's get this plopped up on my screen really quickly, and we'll do lightning round through this here. And let's see if I can switch my scenes. Come on. Alright. Full screen? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so round of 16, which will be a best of 5. Again, it's going to be best of 5 rounds for round of 16 and quarterfinals. Then going into the semifinals, it will be a best of 7. The finals will be a best of 9. So even though we only have a round of 16, we should have a decently long tournament. I'm projecting probably at least 5 hours, maybe a little bit longer. But yes, Shocktreatment getting a free win out of the round of 16. He won't have to face anybody, at least not straight away. We have NG facing off against Angel of Death, and they will go on to play against Shocktreatment. That should be a pretty rough game for them, unfortunately. Bert getting a free win out of the round of 16. He will be just in the bracket below that. Nice RU facing off against Aggressive Panda. So that game will be live streamed. You guys can check that out, Twitch TV/Reaper45, or rather Reaper4500. Be sure to head over there and give Aggressive Panda some love. Tell him I said hi, and good luck, have fun. And then down below that, we have Maze getting a free win out of the round of 16, and he'll be facing off against the victor of Unknown versus Yuri. So we'll have to see how that one turns out. Maybe going to be jumping into that game. Should be interesting. I know Unknown pretty well. I know Yuri is a decent player, I think. I apologize, everybody. I'm not terribly familiar with the Tib Wars community, so you'll have to bear with me on that. But Shoctrepet also getting a free win down to the round of 16. We know he's a very good player and a contender for the finals title. And he is going to be facing off against the victor between Adam Lana, I think it's Adam Lana, and Madokdu. I'm gonna keep calling him Madoku because I see it and I'm like, oh yeah, Sudoku. I'm gonna just call him Sudoku. How about that? We'll just call him that. Does anybody even play Sudoku anymore? I haven't seen it. It was like a major fad for the longest time, but I haven't actually seen anybody playing. But wow, how did we end up on that tangent? Okay, let's let's move on. Sorry, guys. Like I said, early morning brain is kind of jumping all over the place. But yeah, a Sudoku tangent I would have never guessed. There's a lot of random things that I would talk about in my cast, but Sudoku is not really among them. But yeah, so let's see if we can find a game here. It looks like Unknown is here. I'll get into the observer mode. So yeah, it's looking like we're going to be able to jump right in here any moment. So be sure to stick around, everybody. We're going to be kicking things off, I believe, on Small Town USA. Let me just confirm that with the... Yes, round 1 will be on Small Town USA, and it looks like I have lost connection to Kane's Wrath. Kane's Wrath. Blah. Tib Wars. I probably will make that mistake multiple times today, everybody, just so you know. If you guys are not aware of what Tib Wars is, first of all, where have you been? And second of all, it's very much similar to Kane's Wrath. It's actually the older brother of Kane's Wrath, or older sister, or mother, whichever you prefer to call it. It is the first incarnation of the game, I guess, so to speak, as Kane's Wrath is actually an expansion off of this game. Oops, this is the wrong lobby. And so it's very similar in looks, appearance, function, and all of that to Kane's Wrath, but it is an entirely different game, totally different meta, you know, very, very different play styles you'll find from the players. Most notably due to the fact that there isn't any epic units in the game, so you won't be seeing players, you know, teching up quickly to a hexapod or anything like that. And there's also only 3 factions. There's just the Nod, GDI, and Scrin factions. So should be interesting to see how these games shake out. I know I'm looking forward to it. It's obviously a decent change from Kane's Wrath, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these guys make things work out. Oh, and yes, I'm sorry. The first round will be round 2, according to the brackets and the live streams post, and that will actually kick off on Tournament Rift. So that should be a good map. Apparently this is a ranked game. I didn't even realize. Alright, but we're getting underway. So game number 1 coming right up. Alright, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this round of 16 matchup between Unknown and Yuri. And spawning on the left-hand side of Tournament Rift as the green nod, we have Unknown. On the right-hand side as the red scrin, we have Yuri. Let me just get the scoreboard updated, and we should be good to go. Oops, I just realized I did not add the map name, so that should be all set now. And both of these players choosing to go random, interesting moves here, but we're going to be seeing some pretty standard openers from both of these players, aside from the fact that we have an Explorer. Not something you see all that often, especially not in Kane's Wrath, so going to be seeing some variations straight off the hop here today. Should be interesting, and obviously these Scrin Engineers going to be heading straight out. And you guys just noticed one of the major differences between Tib Wars and Kane's Wrath is the Engineers just actually instantly capture structures, as opposed to taking some time. So GDI, very powerful faction with the APC Engineers, but Unknown has spotted this outpost, so he will likely try to respond to it as quickly as possible. Maybe going to be seeing some bike buggy coming out pretty early, but we do have a scout up in the north. It looks like there is a raider buggy or a bike. Oh, it is a bike straight away. So Unknown does not want to allow this to stay out here for too long. And I'm not sure if there's anything here to actually defend this. It looks like Yuri's actually going to lose that straight away. So this was a risky move, and it definitely is not going to pay off for him. Perhaps he can get Unknown to overreact to it. Oh no, he is going to be able to get down the Warp Sphere, and that is really good. So Unknown not able to react to it quite quickly enough, and there will be a forward Warp Sphere here coming out from Yuri. And I mean, he could stay here with the bikes and just harass those units as they come out of the War Factory, but instead he's going to choose to harass the economy of Yuri, and this is an interesting move because now there is a portal here down for Yuri. He's going to be able to defend himself with the disintegrators, so they will be coming out straight on the front lines. He will be able to hold the line, and we do have a couple of buzzers trying to come in and clear out those scouts, but not going to be able to. And very aggressive War Factory placement here from Unknown. Did not go all in. He could have potentially gone all in, realizing that Yuri kind of separated things out. Going all in bike buggy would maybe not have been terrible, but honestly, it's a little bit more difficult in Tiberium Wars just due to the fact that the economy is so different. It's maybe not as effective just due to the fact that harvesters are quite a bit less expensive. And I'm sorry, not harvesters, but refineries. I'm not sure exactly on the cost of harvesters, but I would imagine they would probably be similarly discounted as refineries are much less expensive in Tiberium Wars. So nothing too crazy coming out from Unknown at this point. It seems like he's okay with just allowing himself to get ahead in terms of economy, but it's going to allow Yuri just the complete control of this middle field, and he's actually got 2 refineries down already, and he's actually sending some harvesters back to his original field. So he's got the majority, or if not almost all, of the economy that he has on this middle field, which is completely undefended at the moment. And there is a portal here from Yuri. He hasn't overspent to try to defend this. And we do have 4 harvesters here, 2 refineries, and also a nerve center being dropped. So going straight up to tier 2, maybe going to be seeing a fast tech into some mechapes or tripods. We'll have to see how this one turns out. But we have a number of Scorpion tanks going to be rolling in here for Unknown, but Photon Cannon coming down. Yes, I got that one right the first time. Photon Cannon coming down. Going to be likely enough to try to hold off these units. Unfortunately, not enough power out at the moment. That Photon Cannon will be powered down. A second Warp Sphere does come down. We do have Devourer tanks coming out, so not going to be straight into the fast tech, but going to be more of the tier 2 spam coming out from Yuri. So very interesting moves here. And we do have the bikes down in the south. Going to be trying to do some work here. Going to be taking out the Tiberium spike down south. Wise decision. He wants to be putting those bikes to use, as they're not able to do a whole lot at the moment. Do have harvesters just working away down here. Tier 2 is done for Unknown, and let's see what he's doing. So I think Dozer Blades is actually a tier 3 upgrade in Tiberium Wars as opposed to in Kane's Wrath, where it's a tier 2 upgrade. And we have just a couple of buzzers moving around down south. So Yuri, he's got pretty good map control at the moment, but I fear that that is going to be lost here in a moment as this army moves out. And it looks like Unknown is getting into his line formation here, getting ready to move across the map. He is steaming away across the map. We do have a ton of Scorpion tanks going to be moving in, but Photon Cannons as well as charged up Devourer tanks going to be absolutely shutting that down. Absolutely nothing to stop it. And we do have a Flame Tank. He could come in and just absolutely crush these Disintegrators and maybe get his money's worth out of that unit, but he's going to get chased away by the Seeker tank here, and I honestly don't think he has enough to actually defend this. It looks like he will be losing that. Honestly, Yuri, he's kind of overstepped his boundaries with these Disintegrators. Could have definitely lost this entire army, but it looks like Unknown is instead going to respond to this by sending the Scorpion tanks down. Wow, actually sacrificing 3 Scorpion tanks to actually kill off, and he doesn't get the save! Unknown kind of squandering some forces here. I don't know if Yuri has maybe just caught him with his pants down, but man, he is definitely dictating the pace of this game. So these Disintegrators absolutely wrecking shop down south, and trading that all just for a single Seeker tank, trying to keep his Flame Tank alive, but the Flame Tank did go down, and it looks like we do have these Scorpion tanks going to be joined by Avatars in the near future, but not for the time being. He is going to poke in again, but I really don't know what he's hoping to accomplish here. I mean, the defenses have not changed. Photon Cannons don't appear to be powered up, at least not from my perspective. They're not powered down, which indicates to me that there's low power, but they're just the Scorpion tanks are just so severely outmatched by the Devourer tanks, even without the charge. But with the charge, they are going to be able to absolutely shred these guys. And this entire northern split is destroyed, and I believe this remaining Scorpion tank will be chased away. Doesn't look as though it's going to be destroyed. Oh, and we did see a Tiberium Catalyst missile by the looks of it. So Unknown going with the dirty tier 4 one-click tactics, and he does have that Tiberium chemical plant. So, I mean, unfortunately, it is a valid strategy. It's not something we typically like to see, just due to the fact that it doesn't require a whole lot of skill to do. But one could argue that it does require some skill to be able to save up the money and still be able to defend yourself when you're using one-clicks. But honestly, we won't worry about it too much. One-clicks are what they are, and they're in the game. So a couple of Gunwalkers coming in here. I think they're just trying to get some scouting information, or maybe it's just a misclick, but they're going to be sacrificed to the Avatars. And we do have a number of Devourer tanks. Looks like they're moving in down south. The Disintegrators are looking like they want to poke in, and there's really not a whole lot in the way of defense here from Unknown. I don't know if he actually has any defensive structures queued. It looks like he's got something on the way. Sells off the Shredder turret. That's unfortunate, as these Disintegrators are moving in now. That Shredder turret actually would have done some pretty nice work for him. But now these Disintegrators are going to be able to come in and just absolutely wreak havoc here. And we have an Obelisk coming down, but they're not going to be able to do absolutely anything against these Disintegrators. And now these Disintegrators have full run of this base. Going to be killing one Harvester straight away. And it looks like Unknown is just kind of in damage control mode. Going to be trying to kill these guys off. But in the middle of the map, we do have a number of the Avatars just marching into this base. Tripods here to defend, though. And if they get up close and personal, the Tripods will reign supreme. Phase Field coming off does manage to save these Harvesters. They can still be crushed, though, so he needs to be careful. And it's looking like the majority of the Harvesters, all aside from one, which is now heavily damaged, has been destroyed. And now we have a couple of rocket squads being pumped out on the lines to defend against the Devourer tanks. But Unknown, he's been poking in, but he's not been able to do a whole lot of damage. Annihilator Tripod is phased, so it's not going to be taking any damage at all. Should be killing off either the Tripods or the Harvesters here. Definitely wants to be doing something with these Avatars, not just focusing on units that are phased. Not the best idea, obviously, to focus down structures at this point, just due to the fact that they take so long to destroy. But shields do come online for the Avatars, so they're going to be able to be a little bit more tanky in this situation. But the base defenses are fully online, needs to kill off the Photon Cannons. But, oh, there is a Black Hand Squad here. They'll be doing quite a bit of work. Definitely need to be seeing a Buzzer Hive drop coming out from Yuri in the near future, but more Avatars just streaming across the map. Going to be able to clean up the remainder of these forces here, and it looks like Unknown is actually creeped forward with his construction yard. Nice Stasis Chamber coming down here from, or rather Stasis Shield coming down from Yuri. He's going to be able to lock down the majority of this Avatar army, but he's only going to be delaying the inevitable. This base is looking to be pretty much all but gone at this point. And we do have Yuri just continuing to try to poke in and do damage with these Devourer tanks down south, but it looks like the infantry of Unknown are managing to hold the line. There is a lightning spike here, but unfortunately it does not have stealth detection capabilities. And down in the south, we do see Yuri has expanded down to this this normal natural expansion, and he's getting some nice mining time down here. He does have a couple of disintegrators down here to defend, but the majority of the action is taking place in the middle of the map. We can see Yuri is actually managing to recapture some of these avatar husks as they're going down on the front lines. We do have a portal on the front lines as well. Going to be pumping out some of those assimilators the second they come out. It does manage to get destroyed, and it's looking like Unknown is actually capturing some tripod husks of his own. So these guys just kind of trading units here. But going to be seeing a lot more coming out from Unknown, as he does have more engineers just kind of floating around on the map. So I don't know where the drone platform is at the moment. It looks like it is double gravity stabilizer transition here for Yuri, and I don't know that he actually has a drone platform. Oh no, he does. So he never moved his drone platform, kept it in the original starting location, and these tripods just continue to destroy everything that is left here. All of the economy and all of the structures and infrastructure have been destroyed, aside from a couple of refiners, which honestly Unknown could just capture these at this point. He does have a couple of remaining saboteurs, could just capture these for himself and get that economy up and running straight away. Honestly, Yuri should just sell this one off, does not need to keep it around, could use the cash boost, but is not going to be able to do so. And now Unknown gets double refinery on this field for the price of a single engineer, or rather 2 engineers. He does sell one of them off. Stealth tanks coming out from Unknown, I like this a lot. It's going to be getting eyes on the fact that there are these Devourer tanks, though heavily damaged down in the south, so he needs to just keep an eye on those guys. That one obelisk may be enough to actually stave those guys off. We'll have to see how that actually turns out. And a couple of disintegrators rolling around down in the south as well, going to be joining that attack force. But Yuri, he's looking to be on the defensive now. Oh, the stealth tank getting caught out by a nice lightning spike placement. Or rather, I'm sorry, not lightning spike, storm column. Storm column placement. A very nice placement there, and Unknown just likely not paying attention. Did lose that due to the fact that the storm columns do have stealth detection. The stealth tank going to be picking up a kill on a harvester returning from the blue Tiberium field. That's very nice, and it's looking like Unknown may stick around and kill off that remaining harvester. More than likely still has vision down there. Not quite sure what he's up to, but this attack force down in the south on the left-hand side of the map is looking to poke in and maybe do some damage here to Unknown. He does have a lightning spike, so he does know that there's not a whole lot here to defend against this. But I don't know that that's really going to be enough, because this force will have enough time to react once that attack force manages to make it up into this base, if in fact they do at all. But wow, tons and tons of Storm Riders coming out here from Yuri, so massive transition here. It looks like he's got quad gravity stabilizer. Not sure what the fourth one is for. I don't think he's actually got enough units to create off of that, but he's not actually poking in at the moment, and he's just hovering over that blue Tiberium field. It looks like maybe he was waiting to try to catch out one of the stealth tanks. But honestly, this force is moving in here. It looks like we did have a SAM turret coming down here from Unknown, but Unknown, he's not really willing to put up the fight down here. He's going to sell up straight away and concede to the forces here from Yuri, and probably a wise decision here. But Yuri going to be coming in with some Storm Riders here, going to be joining the battle. And not a whole lot in the way of anti-air defenses here from Unknown. He does have stealth tanks, but honestly, stealth tanks not ideal against Storm Riders, especially in these numbers, just due to the fact that they're not going to trade all that cost effectively. But yeah, all these power plants going to be in some trouble here, and Yuri may have actually just caught Unknown with his pants down. Definitely was not expecting the pretty much all-in air transition here from Yuri, so very nice moves there. But Yuri's going to be pretty strapped for cash here in the near future. He does not have any economy left to speak of. He's still mining away happily on his fields. Could be selling up some of these extra extractors, but honestly, it's not a huge deal. It's looking like it's turning into a bit of a base trade here, as we do have Yuri just cleaning up all of these outlying structures here from Unknown. And it's going to be up to Unknown to really hold off this air threat. He does not have, and I don't believe there's actually access to Tiberium core missiles in Tiberium Wars, so he's going to have to hold them off with these SAM turrets, and he's doing a nice job of it right now. Yuri, surprisingly enough, focusing down harvesters. Honestly, should just be focusing down the defenses and then go straight for the structures. Needs to be destroying this stuff as quickly as possible. We have the steamroll force here from Unknown going to be moving to the base of Yuri, so it's definitely a base trade scenario here. We do have the Devourer tanks coming in here, going to be destroying the MCV. If the MCV is not able to continue to drop power plants and base defenses here for Yuri, it could be a very bad situation for him, or rather for Unknown. And Unknown's MCV will be going down. That last shot will be taking it out, and now these Storm Riders will have pretty much free reign over this base. He does manage to get enough power plants down to actually defend against this. Honestly, Yuri would not be bad off focusing down the power plant straight away, because it will make all of those base defenses completely useless, And this force here actually spreading fire across pretty much the entire base, and definitely not the best use of this force here. And I honestly think that Unknown has stretched himself a little bit too thin over here. I think he's been focused on trying to defend himself back at his original base, but this is looking like a base trade that's going to be going in favor of Yuri. Very, very interesting first game. Was not expecting things to turn out this way. Unknown, he has got a lot of stuff to kill here, and Unknown has been defeated. Yuri going to be taking a game number 1, and in fantastic fashion, may I say. So very, very interesting game number 1. Yuri was looking really good early on, ever since he got that early outpost out to get the control of the middle field, and Unknown just wasn't able to contest it. The straight-up tech to Tier 2 by Yuri was really nice, and he was able to get out those Devourer tanks to hold the lines, and just made that Scorpion transition from Unknown completely rendered useless, and I don't think they were actually put to good use at all, at least not later on in the game. And then Unknown teching to avatars was completely shut down, or rather was overtaken by the fact that there was a huge air transition from Yuri. So nice moves there from Yuri, and nice moves from Unknown. It was a very close game towards the end there, and honestly the base trades always very intense to watch. But that's going to be wrapping it up for game number 1. Game number 2 going to be coming up on the way. All right, everybody, and I just saw that Mr. Whitey said, can I have a link to the brackets? My bad on that one. I usually have them in the description. They are now in the description, so you can check out the description of the video if you want links to the tournament post topics as well as the brackets, so you can check that out for yourself. I will be checking in on that periodically, likely after we end each series. And it's looking like, hopefully these guys didn't start without me, because that was a really good game number 1, and it is a best of 5. But yeah, going to be jumping into game number 2 here momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. All right, everybody, welcome to game number 2 of this best of 5 round of 16 series here, and we are kicking things off on Tournament Arena. And spawning in the upper left-hand corner as the blue GDI, we have Unknown. And down in the bottom right-hand corner, coming off of a victory in the last game and playing his same faction once again, we have Yuri as the red screen. So it's going to be a Foundry first here for Yuri. Interesting move. Obviously, Tib War is very different from Kane's Wrath, so interesting to see how things go. But more of a standard opener here from our Mr. Unknown. And going to be seeing the barracks into engineer into some scouts here. I'm not seeing these players really drafting towers, which is interesting. And we have a quick pack up here of the drone ship. I'm not sure where he's headed. It looks like he's maybe sending the drone ship up to the blue Tiberium field. This is really interesting. And he does power down that portal, so he's looking to keep that around. The assimilator coming out. So this is a calculated move here coming out from Yuri. He does sell off that refinery straight away. It looks like Yuri's maybe moving his drone ship up into like this area here, and then he's going to deploy there and then probably keep his drone ship there for the remainder of the game. A lot of times we see players opening up with an outpost or a surveyor straight away, just so that way they don't have to move their MCVs. But this is very interesting. So once again, Unknown going for the more conventional tactics here, and he's actually going to be going for some APC engineers. So APC engineers extremely potent in Tib Wars, just due to the fact that the engineers can instantly capture structures, as opposed to the delay that we see in Kane's Wrath. And also notably different, and due to the the instigating reason as to why players will expand straight away to the blue Tiberium is due to the fact that the blue Tiberium fields are fully grown in Tiberium Wars. Whereas again, in Kane's Wrath, sorry to keep making correlations between the two, but Kane's Wrath, they start off completely ungrown. I don't think they actually have any crystals at all, but they slowly grow over time, and you will see players oftentimes leeching them, as opposed to actually trying to start things off. Ooh, the engineer coming out, but does manage to jump out straight away. Oh, is he going to jump out, try to jump into the drone platform? No, it looks like good. No, that engineer does die straight away. So it looks like he did manage to get the engineer all the way over here. He could have potentially captured that warp sphere, I think. And that, he does manage to die. So a couple of unfavorable engagements here for Unknown. Going to be losing a couple of engineers. Looks like he did lose the engineer down here as well, or maybe he did manage to actually capture a structure and sold it off. It looks like the foundry is gone, and so I don't know if he managed to actually capture that or not. So I apologize for missing it, but we do have 2 refineries here, and it looks like 3 harvesters for Unknown, going to be mining away on that blue Tiberium field very happily. And it does have his war factory down. It looks like he's still pumping out more harvesters. Not quite sure what structures are on the way. It looks like there's another war factory here coming down from Unknown. So 2 war factories up against the single warp sphere here from Yuri. And Yuri, he did manage to get his blue Tiberium field up and running, but he does not have a whole lot in the way of economy on his main green field. So interesting tactics here from both of these players. Very, very interesting to see. And we do have a couple of seeker tanks here just moving around the map, likely just being used as scouting units at this point. And that one will be trying to pull back here, trying to get away from the very snazzy looking Predator tanks with those nice Ains Edition skins, I believe, where they have the racing, rather the checkered flags on the barrels. But another engineer coming out here from Unknown, so maybe going to be seeing another APC engineer. This is interesting. I mean, APC engineer is very, very powerful. Again, another APC engineer here down in the south, so maybe going to be looking to capture some Tiberium spikes, I don't know. But these units are gathering up in the top of the map. They are going to be spotted by this Tiberium spike, so not quite sure what Yuri's plan is. I don't know if he's planning to destroy that or maybe to capture it himself. I don't know if he has an assimilator on the way up there. I don't see anything at the moment. So what do we have going on down in the south? A little bit of a voice break there. I do apologize. We do have 2 APCs, only 1 APC engineer. It looks like that APC engineer is going to be used to capture this Tiberium spike. So not a terrible idea. Obviously, if you can hold on to that for a few seconds, we'll be getting his money's worth out of that engineer. And having 2 spike economy versus 1 spike economy, or versus no spike economy rather, will be pretty strong. And that assimilator will be grabbing the Tiberium spike of Unknown. So these guys kind of trading Tiberium spikes here in the early game. So not going to be seeing a huge advantage to either one player. But we do have an airfield down for Unknown. He is going to be exposing that. Actually, a second airfield does come down. He's going to be exposing that by using the Orca Strikes, and I don't know if he's trying to force this out. And wow, actually instant reaction here from Yuri. So Plasma Missile Battery already down. Don't quite know how he was expecting that. Maybe he saw the airfield before I did, which would not necessarily shock me. But he has managed to clean up his blue Tiberium field in completion, as well as Unknown, and triple airfield here from Unknown. So he's going very, very heavy into the Orca production in this game. This is very interesting. And we do have a couple of Seeker tanks that have managed to make their way into the base of Unknown, but they do manage to get cleaned up. I don't know if they managed to get any Harvester kills, but I don't think that they did. And now this this remaining Gunwalker, which is likely just trying to escape with its life at this point, will likely be going down. But we do have an APC here from Unknown, going to be dropping a minefield, trying to kill off any additional assimilators that are coming over there. But Tier 3 down for Yuri, and he does have a couple of these tripods out. He has a number of these Devourer tanks, which are charged up as well. They're going to be looking pretty strong here, even against the Predator tanks of Unknown. I cannot speak today. I do apologize. But a couple of APCs. Doesn't look like there's any actual engineers inside of these APCs, so not going to be able to kill these buildings off, or rather grab them away quickly. And Unknown, he's just going to be leveling this base with this force here. Nothing to really defend against this for Yuri. It looks like he is going to send a number of tripods, as well as his entire... Wow, actually his entire Devourer tank army is going down south. This may be a perfect opportunity here for Unknown to counterattack in the north. And it looks like he does have a decent number of Orcas here. The mines were being destroyed by something. Oh, there's Devastator warships. Devastator warships out on the field. And this force is looking like it's overextended at this point. It will be getting cleaned up here by the remaining forces of Yuri. And he has managed to pull all of these forces to the back of his base, so pretty much undefended here. Oh, and the tech assembler snipe here from Unknown. Going to be losing a number of those Orcas in order to destroy it, so not sure if that necessarily came out in the wash as far as being a cost-effective trade. He lost a lot of Orcas to destroy that, but he did manage to destroy it. He's going to be slowing the production here of Yuri, at least for the time being, until he can get that tech assembler back up and running. He does have a foundry as well as his drone platform, so I mean that production is still up there. And it looks like this this Tiberium spike has been destroyed, likely by the Devastator warships, and not a whole lot going on here. It looks like Unknown, he does have a number of Predator tanks out on the field, but he is very, very much behind in terms of infrastructure as well as unit counts here to that of Yuri. So very interesting moves here. There's a Shock Trooper out on the field as well. Not sure if that's just from the destroyed tech assembler or if these guys were actually being produced. And we do have some Corruptors out as well. Not something we see all that often in Tiberium Wars, just due to the fact that that there isn't a hexapod, and typically that's when we see them being used, just being used to repair the hexapods. But obviously you can do the same thing with the tripods, and there's still a number of Orcas here, so still 5 or 6 Orcas I can count. There's 7 Orcas. 7 Orcas. 10 internets to anybody that gets that reference. But yes, just kind of massing up forces at this point. These guys just kind of waiting things out, not really going too crazy at the moment. A couple of Devastator warships rolling around. These guys are pretty much uncontested at the moment. I mean, there's a couple of APCs and a couple of rocket squads out on the field, but really not a lot to actually chase these guys down and destroy them. We don't see any Firehawks out on the field for Unknown. And he's got his units split up at the moment, but this force will definitely overwhelm these Predator tanks as well as a few rocket squads. So he's actually going to choose to engage. Definitely needs to pull back here. Does not want to engage into this force whatsoever. He is completely outclassed. And even the... Ooh, man, the Orca's rolling up to the battle, but absolutely being smashed in the mouth as they roll up there. As we can see, the lightning spikes managing to get some nice clutch kills off. But man, it's looking really rough here for Unknown. He's only got tier 1 spam at this point. And, I mean, he's got Orcas, but they're being absolutely shut down by the lightning spikes as well as plasma missile batteries here from Yuri. And now Yuri is just spamming out shock troopers, and there's just nothing to deal with these. We did see the infantry call in here from Unknown, and he does have that, jeez, I can't remember the name of the upgrade. Composite armor. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. But it's looking like it is going to be the slow base creep here from Yuri. And he's just going to continue to push forward with these shock troopers being the frontline units. And these Predator tanks don't even seem to be microing towards destroying units that are of value. And oh man, the sniper teams on the front lines, but they could be getting sniped here by these shock troopers. They do not have the jump jets, so not going to be getting sniped, at least not straight away. And now these sniper teams could actually do some nice work against these shock troopers, but honestly, it's going to be a little bit too little too late. Yes, he could kill off all of those shock troopers. They still has a huge number of tripods, which now have shields and Devastator warships, not to even mention the frontline Devourer tanks, which are charged up as well. And yeah, this is looking very, very difficult for Unknown to come through with a victory. We do have Shockwave artillery on the way. It's likely going to be hitting this force here, but more than likely we'll just be knocking down shields more than anything else. So having to call in that support power, he does manage to get the actual power down on a lot of these units, but that sonic emitter not going to be able to do enough damage to really be worthwhile. Shockwave artillery just kind of delaying the inevitable at this point. We do have a barracks being dropped here on the front lines for Unknown. Looks like he's going to try to pump out some infantry to hold this force off, but honestly, Zone Troopers is not the ideal counter to this unit composition. The Shock Troopers will eventually clean them up just due to the sheer mass and numbers, and we do have Mammoth Tanks coming out. GG coming in from Unknown, and it's looking like game number 2 going to be going to Yuri. Sorry about that, everybody. I just realized that my my scoreboard actually managed to come offline while we were doing that cast. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I don't know if I bumped the button or what, but anyways, game number 2 going to be going to Yuri, so he is up 2-0. Could potentially be knocking out Unknown in this next game, as that will be game number 3. So we'll have to be sure to check that out. That is going to be coming right up, everybody, so be sure to stick around. All right, everybody, and welcome to game number 3 of this best of 5 round of 16 series. And that brings us to the map Tournament Tower. And spawned in the upper left-hand corner as the green screen, we have Unknown. And down in the bottom right-hand corner as the... Whoa, wait a second. Do I have everything mixed up here? No, it is going to be red GDI. It will be Yuri. So we do have scores this time as well. It is 2-0 in favor of Yuri. And we will be seeing Unknown fighting for his life here on Tournament Tower. Is a do or die for him. This time he has been dealt screen. Both of these guys going random in both of the previous games. Excuse me there, everybody. Sorry, I had to cut my mic off for a second. But yeah, Tournament Tower going to be the third map of choice here, and it is do or die for Unknown, so we'll have to see how he manages to make things work out. Oh, actually, he could have lost that Rifleman squad. But still potentially could lose that Engineer. Oh, not going to be able to actually lose that. So nice moves there from Yuri. And he has managed to capture the center tower as well, for which the map has been named. And Unknown, he's grabbed his Tiberium Spike without any contest up in the north. And we do have just a Warp Sphere here out on the front lines for Unknown. Going to be looking to go for that base creep up to the upper platform, and likewise here for Yuri. So pretty standard builds coming out from both of these guys. APC Engineer coming out from Yuri, maybe going to be looking to secure himself a Tiberium Spike or even go in for a cheeky MCV capture. A little bit more difficult with Skrin, as they can just pop their MCV into the air, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. More than likely just going to be capturing a Tiberium Spike. That would be my guess. Honestly, at this point in the game, that's probably the most effective way to make those APC Engineers work. And actually, no, this one's being pretty aggressive. He's going to push forward, but not going to be able to actually do anything from what I can tell. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage from this Seeker tank. I thought maybe for a second there that we had an engineer or another APC engineer moving out in the north, but that is not going to be the case. This APC engineer will sneak away, but there is a refinery as well as 2 harvesters here. A 3rd harvester going to be coming out for Yuri. And these guys want to mine their expansion fields straight away due to the fact that the majority of the action actually takes place either here or here. So if you're fighting in your Tiberium field, you're more than likely going to be losing some harvesters. And if you're going to be losing some harvesters, you want to make sure that you've gathered as much Tiberium on those fields as humanly possible. Or as scrinly possible, I guess, if you choose to go that route. But that APC engineer not going to be able to actually poke in, and Yuri pulling that one back, realizing that he does not want to contest against the seeker tanks. And oh, actually Yuri, nice move there. He does manage to kill off the buzzer squad that had popped out of that structure to go kill him off, but did not actually manage to get the kill. So you have a Predator tank out here on the field, just going to be trying to hold off those Seeker tanks. Not a whole lot going on here. These guys just trying to mass up some units. Tier 2 coming out for Unknown, so maybe going to be trying to steal a page out of Yuri's book here. Going for the Devourer tanks, just realizing how difficult it was for him to deal with that. And we'll have to see if Yuri's able to either mass up the units that he needs in order to punch in and destroy those Devourer tanks quickly, or if he's going to choose to go the tech route as well. Should be interesting to see what he chooses to go for here. Yuri just still kind of building away here. Neither of these guys really being all that aggressive here in the early game. I mean, we did see the APC engineer, but it hasn't really done anything at the moment, and to my knowledge, it hasn't actually been destroyed yet. So, yeah, that's still a threat in the game. Not quite sure where it is. Oh, actually, it looks like it maybe is down in the south. That has been spotted by Unknown, though. I have to imagine that he has seen it, and will likely be sending a Seeker tank down there to destroy it. It doesn't look like he's responding just yet. I don't know if he's got a unit moving across from the other side of the map, but yeah, pretty slow early game here. It's looking like these guys are just taking the time to get teched up. Crane out on the field for Yuri. We've been seeing him using those cranes and foundries very, very well throughout the day here today. And by that I mean the last 2 games. And yeah, Unknown just pumping out those Devourer tanks here on the front lines. Going to be charging them up off of this field, and unfortunately the charge being wasted on these rifleman squads. Whether or not that's a calculated move here from Yuri, I don't know. But Unknown, he has not spotted this. So maybe going to be losing some structures here. I mean, if he loses his drone platform, that's going to be devastating. And it's looking like he's got something queued, or rather queuing on the way, but it's not going to be ready in time. And it's looking like he's going to be losing his drone platform. No, oh, it's so close. Oh, we do have the buzzer support. Buzzer swarm support power coming in there from Unknown. Bit of a tongue twister for me. But he will be cleaning up that APC engineer. Man, I thought for a second that he did not see it, but maybe just reacting at the last second to try to kill that off. And he's going to be pushing forward with these Devourer tanks. Could use their extended range to actually push, or rather pull back away from these Predator tanks. Can just kite these guys pretty hard. And we do have some Orcas here coming out from Yuri, so going to be able to destroy a number of these Devourer tanks, I would imagine. Oh, he does not want to have these guys stacking up, as they're going to take increased damage across the line. And actually managing to pick up 3 or 4 of those Devourer tanks. 4 Devourer tanks going down, potentially a 5th one if he had microed his shots a little bit better. But yeah, the stacking not working out well there for Unknown. And actually it looks like this one, I thought the Orca was going to go and clean up that remaining Devourer tank, but it looks like he's just going to take some shots. Ooh, jeez, absolutely massacred there as that lightning spike comes down. Oh, lightning spike. I keep calling it a lightning spike. It's because it shoots lightning. You know, you'd think that would make sense, but no, it is a storm column. And Juggernaut's coming out here for Yuri, so it looks like he knows how to deal with this Devourer tank transition here from Unknown. Wow, that spread, though, as we did see a couple of shots land up here and then another one down here. That was really bizarre. But that Seeker tank here from Unknown going to be able to move all the way around and get into the back here. You will be spotting the fact that there are a couple of Orcas as well as Firehawks coming out here for Yuri. So not investing fully in the Orca transition here. They're going to be going into some Firehawks as well, and the Firehawks will be used to likely shoot down Devastator warships and then maybe even go for some tech snipes against Unknown. We'll have to see what he chooses to use them for. But these guys are just battling things out on the front lines, and nothing too crazy going on elsewhere, at least not from what I can see. The minimap doesn't appear to indicate that there's anything else going on, but we do see a Devastator warship going down, so the Firehawks working out pretty well there, but the Predator tank's really going to be pretty much useless here, aside from maybe just being a meat shield for this force. Be drawing some fire from these storm columns, while the while the Firehawks come in and do their dirty work for them. But yeah, it's just going to be mass up time here for Unknown. And honestly, this is going to be a tough situation for him because, I mean, these bases are pretty easily defendable. And Yuri, he does have the Juggernauts out on the field, which will be much more difficult to kill off for Unknown. Whereas Yuri, I think he'll have an easier time sniping the Devastator warships. So the battle of the long-range artillery, I think, will be going in favor of Yuri at some point in the game once those Firehawks are able to do what they need to do. But it looks like the Firehawks are going to be used to bomb infrastructure instead, and that's probably a wise decision here. We'll manage to get the snap. Oh, no, nice stasis shield here coming out from Unknown. Going to be saving his tech assembler there, but honestly, I don't know if it was necessarily worth it because it's still cutting his production. When you have that stasis shield up and running, it does cut your stuff offline. At least to my knowledge, I don't think, yeah, he doesn't have actually anything being produced out of that warp sphere, so I have to imagine that cut his tripod production. These tripods moving in, and the Juggernauts are not firing at all. They definitely need to stop what they are doing and fire on these units because if they get in too close, there's going to be absolutely no stopping them. And it's looking like Yuri has maybe squandered an opportunity here to destroy these units as they were moving in. But honestly, the Devastator warships are a threat as well, and since Unknown knows that they were in bomb loadout and returning to base, there's not a whole lot that they can do. And now the tripods are just running through, just wrecking shop, and it's looking like Unknown may actually be pulling this game through. It looks like we do have railguns done for Yuri. Very expensive investment here. I'm kind of surprised considering the lack of use that those Predator tanks will really be. I guess now at this point where he's got to spam out those Tier 1, Tier 2 units, it may be a bit more worthwhile, but honestly, he's got tripods in his base, and Predator tanks not the ideal counter, even with the railguns. I mean, in large enough masses, they can be a very serious threat, but now these tripods are going to come in and destroy these airfields, if not just shoot up all of these units that are on the deck. And it's looking like Yuri is going to have enough time to get a large number of those units off the deck. A couple of Storm Riders going to be coming up here just to kill off these units as they're floating around. And it's looking like the Orcas will get some shots off here. Do manage to, I think, destroy a single tripod as well as one of the Devourer tanks that have snuck across the map here. We do have a Sonic Emitter coming down for Yuri as well. Let's take a look back up in his base. Unknown has been moving forward here slowly but surely, and he's actually managed to grab 3 of these Juggernaut husks for himself, and that Juggernaut taking the longest possible time to actually turn around. That is the incredibly slow turn animation from the Juggernauts. And I'm not sure where that visual glitch came from, but that final tripod does get cleaned up. And Yuri, he does have a couple of tripod husks which he could reclaim for himself. Honestly, dropping a barracks back here and grabbing those tripods wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, but he is definitely in a tough spot. Dropping these Sonic Emitters on the front lines, he needs to get kills on these Juggernauts straight away, but it looks like the Juggernauts are firing through to destroy the base infrastructure from Yuri. He does manage to destroy that war factory. Not sure what else there is for production at the moment, and actually Yuri choosing to drop another airfield here, so that's interesting. Wanted to try to keep his air threat alive, and he has managed to do so. And, oh, actually, that looks like it was a rifleman squad. I thought maybe for a second that it was an engineer, but it's not going to be the case. Unknown is dropping that lightning spike. He almost gets the kill on that harvester, but that harvester rather, will be killed off by the gunwalkers just sitting here. Not sure where that harvester is going. I mean, is it being used as a scout? Oh, he could be killing off some assimilators here. Oh, he's going to be using the harvester to kill the assimilators. The assimilators are on the run, but the gunwalkers will shoot up enough of them. Oh, man. Harvester versus assimilator. Never would have expected that, but very interesting move. The barracks does come down here from Yuri, so he's going to be looking to grab one of these tripod husks for himself. Looks like the remainder of them have been destroyed or have been lost due to time. And the Firehawks flying over the top of these gunwalkers, definitely not ideal. And I mean, he's trying to deal with the Juggernaut husks, but honestly, he's losing a large number of forces trying to do that, and it's very damaging to his forces here. Assimilator's not going to be able to put to good use, and it looks like there's 3 or 4 assimilators here on the field. Oh, that was a visual glitch because they just disappeared. Where did they go? Wait a second. Oh my god, there's a mastermind. So those engineers, or rather assimilators, just got teleported in by the mastermind. I thought for a second there that it was a visual glitch. That mastermind does go down. It does look like the airfield was sniped, potentially from the mine capture there, or mine control rather, from the mastermind coming out. And Unknown, he's gone into Storm Rider production. There's no anti-air here to speak of for Yuri. He's going to be trying to kill off these engineers. Honestly, should just be focusing down the barracks, then focusing down the Annihilator tripod, just so that way that Yuri can't do what he's doing right now, just pumping out missile squads, and then eventually pump out an additional engineer. But he has managed to destroy that tripod, so he will have to actually create another engineer to capture that again. But oh, the gunwalkers are going to come in here and crush all of these units here that are just kind of standing out in the middle of nowhere. Just going to be rifleman squads, so not a whole lot lost there, but that Firehawk will be going down, likely just due to the fact that it doesn't have anywhere to land. And Unknown is looking all but certain to be taking away a victory here in this game and bringing himself potentially back into this series, as he was down 2-0. Yuri, it's looking like he is not ready to give up just yet, but it's looking pretty certain to be going in Unknown's favor here. He does still have a war factory and a barracks at this point. Sells off the MCV, so I think he's under the impression that maybe he can hold this somehow, or maybe just trying to put up a good last stand. But these gunwalkers just absolutely crushing everything that comes out of this barracks, and eventually that structure will be focused down. So Yuri going to be thrown in the GG. Unknown going to be taking his first game in this series and putting him down 1-2. So interesting game number 3. Honestly, at the middle point of the game, it could have gone either player's way, but Unknown, he managed to make some nice transitions and poked in with those avatars and just did so much damage to those Juggernauts. The Juggernauts were not able to respond in time, as they were on a move order trying to get away, likely from the Devastator warships, and just weren't able to turn back around to actually shoot down the avatars, or at least get some substantial damage on them so that they weren't able to just march into the base uncontested. But yeah, that's going to be it for game number 3. We will be seeing a game number 4, and that will be coming right up, so be sure to stick around. I just want to chime in. I find it interesting that while the game is still raging on my stream, there's actually a heated debate going on about physics. So I appreciate that that is my audience. As an engineer myself, or rather an aspiring engineer, it warms the soul to know that everybody is so involved in science, or at least interested in it, or at least the small majority. Small majority? That doesn't make any sense. Two contradicting terms. Small number of people that are kind enough to chat in the lobby here, going to be sharing some thoughts on some physics. Yes, that aside, just wanted to say, thought it was funny, and yeah, going to be jumping into game number 4, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 4 of this best of 5 round of 16 series, and we are kicking things off on Small Town, USA, and spawning in the upper right hand corner as the red GDI, we have Yuri. And picking up his first win of the series in the last game as the yellow, Jesus, not even close, purple GDI down in the bottom left hand corner, we have Unknown. And just going to tell him the score. I will be muting him just so that way I don't have to worry about that stuff. But yeah, so it is... Do I have all that stuff set up? I think so. Yes, so it's 1-2 favor of Unknown, and I just realized I gave him the wrong score, so he'll probably be scratching his head. It's like, best of 5 series is already 3 games to Yuri? What is going on? But okay, getting into the game, we do have a surveyor headed down to the south here for Yuri. And what do we have coming out for Unknown? Nothing coming out for Unknown at the moment, at least not in the way of outposts or anything. So we saw Yuri make this work really well in game number 1 on Tournament Rift. He went for an early expansion and got all of his infrastructure down on that base, but it doesn't look like he's going to be opting to do that here. So we don't see a crane just yet here from Yuri, but I would imagine a crane would be in the near future. He does love those cranes from what I can see. He's used them in every game so far, or whatever faction variant there is of that. Some early pit bulls here coming out from Unknown. Interesting move. He obviously knows that Yuri's going for some different tactics. Excuse me. And he wants to try to counter this as quickly as possible. Couple of pit bulls going to be rocking up to his outpost, but not going to be in time, as those outposts deploy really fast. I'm kind of surprised. I think it's almost like an insta deploy. I don't know what's going on with that, but APC Engineer here for Yuri, and APC Engineers could be on the cards for both players, and yeah, there will be an APC Engineer coming out for Unknown as well, but he will be going straight through the center of the map, whereas I think Yuri is going to take the more elongated route around the corner, or rather edge of the map, so interesting move there. Unknown does have a scout up here. It is pretty heavily damaged, could potentially jump into that structure up north, but wouldn't make it there in time now due to the fact that APC is headed there, but obviously we have that omniscient perspective, so these guys won't know that. But Unknown, he's making a very careful and plotted route here to try to get around the vision of Yuri, and it's looking like he's going to poke in now with this APC Engineer. No, maybe not. Yeah, we'll be moving in now. This Pitbull is still scouting for Unknown at this point. Actually, a couple Pitbulls still alive, and going to be taking some shots from those rifleman squads, but the APC Engineer, it's been spotted at this point. I don't know what he's going to try to capture. He could potentially capture that War Factory. It looks like he's going to go for the MCV. It doesn't look like there is a watchtower queued at the moment, and that APC Engineer is successful, manages to capture the MCV of Yuri, and Unknown will be loving that. And where is the MCV from Unknown? Did Yuri capture No. Okay, no, he didn't. Where is the APC Engineer from Yuri? Oh, did that get caught out? Where did it go? Oh, where did it go? Okay, I don't know where his APC Engineer ended up, but... Oh, Yuri captures the MCV of Unknown! So trading MCVs here. Oh my god, I would not have ever expected that. That is fantastic. Oh my god, these guys trading MCVs for one another. And Unknown, he does have a War Factory. Oh my god, I'm so charged up about that. Unknown has managed to capture the War Factory of Yuri as well. The sold-off engineer from the construction yard going to be grabbing the War Factory of Yuri. Oh my god. That is intense. And, oh, actually, where's the engineer here from Unknown? GG coming out from Yuri. He has no more production. Unknown going to be taking game number 4 and evening up the score 2-2. What a game. That was intense. Both of these guys getting MCV snipes, that was absolutely fantastic. I never would have expected it. What just turned out so perfect. And I just happened to scroll over it as it was being captured. Completely lost track of that APC Engineer. And, man, Yuri pulling it out. But he did lose his War Factory as a result. He did not respond to the Engineer from the sold-off MCV. So, very unfortunate there for Yuri. Unknown clawing his way back into this game. He was down 2-0, potentially facing elimination in game number 3. Has managed to pick up 2 wins since then, so he has an opportunity to get himself back into this game. So we'll have to see in game number 5. This will be going to an ace match, and very fantastic first series so far, I have to say, everybody. I hope you guys are all enjoying it. Be sure to let me know what you guys think. And yeah, that's going to be bringing us to game number 5, so be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, it's looking like we're having a little bit of trouble getting game number 5 started. Not sure what Unknown is up to here, but we should be going momentarily. I think we're just waiting on him to come back. I think his connection's kind of bugged out. Don't know exactly what happened. But yeah, I'm going to give you guys a quick bracket update while we are kind of waiting here for this stuff to get going. And so we do have NG versus Angel of Death. NG will be taking a 3-0 victory over Angel of Death. I'm not sure if he just didn't show up or if he actually 3-0'd him. But so he's going to be moving on to face off against Shocktreatment. That is likely underway. Down below that, we do have Nice RU facing off against Aggressive Panda. Aggressive Panda taking a 3-1 victory there. He's going to go on to face Bert. Again, that's likely underway. You can be sure to check out his FPV stream, which will likely turn into a commentary stream if he gets knocked out later on in the tournament. You can check that out over at Twitch TV/Reaper4500. And down below that, we do have Unknown 999 versus Yuri, and that's the match that we are waiting on here. And that's headed into game number 5, so that one will be decided momentarily. They're going to be facing off against Maze after that, so a long road ahead of these guys. Down below that, we do have Adam Lana versus Matic Dew, and Adam Lana taking a 3-0 victory there, and he will be going on to face off against Shoctrepet. So more than likely, we will be seeing a very difficult match there for Adam Lana. But yeah, this one's shaping up pretty good. Best of 5 series all around. I think we're seeing a couple of 3-0s here, but we're getting our first 2-2 game here, and it's looking like we're just still trying to figure out what's going on with Unknown. Don't quite know what happened to his connection, but let me see if I can find him on Skype here. Appears to be offline on Skype, so I don't know if he's suffered like a power failure or what the deal is, but he is still showing up in game, which is really bizarre. Okay, so Toxic Shock saying Unknown is on the way, he just can't get on or something. Alright, so I'm not quite sure what just happened, but it looks like I've suffered a game crash here, so I'm going to have to shut that down. We'll try to get this started back up here momentarily. I apologize, everybody. We're trying to get this squared away, figured out what's going on here. Not quite sure what's wrong. Alright everybody, sorry for the very long waiting period here. I understand that we've been sitting in the lobby for quite some time, but we are dealing with some issues of Unknown not being able to connect to the lobby. And it looks like he is trying to get that sorted out now. Not quite sure what the deal is, to be honest, but hopefully it will be sorted pretty soon. It looks like Toxic Shock is working with him in order to get that resolved as quickly as possible, so hopefully we'll be getting underway here for game number 5, where we may be seeing a disqualification just due to the fact that he can't play. I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case. It looks like Yuri is not terribly pressed for time at this point in time, but we'll have to see. Actually, it looks like maybe Unknown is ready to go here. Yeah, it's looking like I think he is here. So game number 5 going to be coming right up, everybody. Be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 5 and the ace match. We are kicking off here on pipeline problems, and spawning in the north as the red nod, we have Yuri. And down on the bottom as the pink scrin, coming off of a 2-victory streak to get back into this series here, we have Unknown. I just make sure I've got the colors and stuff right here. And I think we've got the scores right. There we go. So Yuri versus Unknown, top versus bottom. Pipeline problem. So an interesting map we do see. It is very similar to the Kane's Wrath variant in the sense that the blue Tiberium is fully grown. And obviously this is more common on commonly seen on Tiberium wars due to the fact that all maps that have blue Tiberium are fully grown straight away. So these guys going to be feeling pretty comfortable about their build orders for this map, more than likely a reasonably played map. Probably not terribly often, but I mean there's not a huge map pool here for Tiberium Wars, whereas with Kane's Wrath we have all the new maps with 1.02 Plus and blah blah blah. So these guys may actually play this map a fair bit, but it's looking like they're both pretty comfortable with going for the crane into multiple refinery drops on that blue Tiberium field, and it's just so much economy that's there to be captured. And it doesn't look like Unknown has actually captured his Tiberium spike here. Not sure if he just forgot about it or if he's just slow to actually capture it. But Yuri has gone ahead and captured that straight away. And yeah, I don't know how to turn that Skype overlay off. Should probably take care of that soon. But this Militant Squad, it looks like he was in a firing animation. Not quite sure what was going on. But wow, the lag is real. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the lag, to be honest. See if Chassis is still around here. Try to convince him to leave just due to the fact that there is some serious lag. And it's actually pretty significant. Did he leave? No, he has not left yet. Yeah, the lag is pretty severe here. I really don't know what's going on. These guys may get frustrated and just call it quits because, I mean, we're talking like way less than a frame per second. I'm gonna try to convince him to leave here, just maybe see my text. Yeah, not quite sure what is going on, to be honest. But let's focus on the build orders a little bit more. Apologize, everybody, for trying to see what is going on here. Doesn't look like as though he is choosing to leave. It's a little bit frustrating, but anyways, going to be getting the economy up and running on this green field. And then likewise for Yuri up in the north, it looks like the lag has slowed down a little bit. Not quite sure what was causing that before. It is still intermittent. Here and there you can see the frames will stop every once in a while, but interesting War Factory placement here from Yuri. Going to be pumping units out in kind of a different fashion here. Going to be coming out and coming around this little rift, so it makes him a little bit less defensible over here, but it looks like he's going for... Okay, I see what he's doing. He's going for a base creep down to the middle Tiberium fields, and it's looking like Unknown is going to be going for a similar setup here. So, pretty standard, I think, here for Tiberium Wars. It threw me off a little bit because with Kane's Wrath you don't get any additional build radius out of War Factory placements. But you do in Tiberium Wars, so that's what we're going to see. More Harvesters coming out, and then Bikes coming out. Triple War Factory here for Yuri. Second Refinery just now comes down, so I think Unknown is going to be a bit of an economy advantage here early on, but his base creep is definitely behind. And actually really interesting Nerve Center placement here coming out from Unknown, and actually using the terrain, I think, to his advantage to try to hide his tech. So that's very interesting here coming out from Unknown. Very intriguing positions there. Choosing not to actually creep forward, using those tech structures to actually get any additional build radius, but that triple War Factory production is just going to be raining tons of units out on the field. It's going to be straight up bike buggy here coming out from Yuri, and it's looking like he's going for a fast and furious victory here early on. And Unknown, he doesn't have anything to stop this, at least not for the time being, and it's going to be a little while before he's able to get the units out to actually hold this off. And even if Devourer tanks are coming out at this point, it's going to be pretty slow, and I think it's honestly, you know, the fast tech, I think he has tripods on the way, so I mean, if the tripods do come out, they should be able to hold the lines. But it's going to be up to Unknown to make sure that he does not lose any of the tripods trying to overcommit into these forces. But Yuri, he's going to get some nice snipes on these Harvesters. Does manage to clean up a fair few of them. Only that single refinery left there on that blue Tiberium field. These guys have cleaned up both of their blue Tiberium fields, and Unknown will chase away the bike buggy here with the tripods. So that bike buggy not going to be able to be put to too much good use. He does have early game map control, but that will soon shift into the favor of Unknown as he steadily gets more and more tech up and running, or rather tech units up and running. So we do have tripods moving across the map here. It's going to be the extractor crawl here from Unknown, so he's going to be looking to get that economy up and running, whereas Yuri, he's already creeped down pretty far. A couple of flame tanks coming out as well, more bike buggy coming out for Yuri as well. Wow, mass flame tanks here coming out from Yuri, so really going heavy on that production. And rather, Yuri he has those two refineries on his expansion already. Not a whole lot of Harvesters up there to speak of just yet, but Unknown, he's got a much longer harvest distance here, but once he gets another refinery down, I think he's going to be looking pretty good. Could probably be selling off this one back here, but honestly, it's not too much of a concern at this point in the game. He just wants to be careful about this bike buggy, or rather just bikes at this point. And those bikes, they need to be really careful, because I mean, these tripods will just cap them off one shot apiece. At least to my knowledge, they will. And it looks like these flame tanks have been spotted. There are 4 flame tanks here for Yuri. Not quite sure what they're planning to do. He knows that there are tripods out on the field for Unknown at this point. And honestly, those flame tanks aren't going to be able to do anything while those tripods are mucking about. And it looks like the bikes are just kind of holding the line on the left-hand side of things. Not quite sure what Yuri's up to. He is going to poke in and try to do some damage. Avatar transition here coming out from Yuri. We do have the Tiberium chemical plant coming out as well, so going to be seeing some one-clicks in the very near future. We do have the phase field being used on one tripod. That's interesting. I don't know that was necessarily worth it. He could potentially just lost that tripod, and it wouldn't have been a huge deal. I guess maybe it would have. He would have lost all of his infrastructure on that blue field, so maybe not the worst idea in the world, but now these bikes are going to be getting some more or less free shots on these power plants, but that lightning spike comes down and is going to be absolutely raining down death and destruction on those units. I'm not sure where those flame tanks ended up going. Where are the flame tanks? Okay, so the flame tanks are just chilling out up north. We do have the avatars trying to push in here and doing some damage to Unknown, but Unknown, he's got Devastator warships out on the field. He does have tripods out on the field as well, and the force field generators are already upgraded for both of those units. And he should be able to hold the line here, I think, but needs to be careful not to be streaming units in against this force. The avatars do have superior range, but I think damage output-wise, they're going to be a little bit behind the avatars. And obviously, once the avatars get in close, they'll be able to get the EMPs off on these tripods, and it looks like he will get one EMP off straight away. We do have a Venom coming out here for Yuri, so interesting move. Mine Drop coming out as well. Not going to be able to kill off any of those tripods, but going to be able to get them pretty low on HP and capturing those avatars and tripods the second they go down. But that Venom going to be cleaning up any assimilators that come out of that portal straight away. And now these Devastator warships just going to be raining fire down on these avatars, but it's going to take them quite a long time to actually destroy these guys. And now the Venom should be able to clean up the Devastator warships if no anti-air defenses come down here from Unknown. We need to see anti-air defenses. We need to see them now. But he also has a huge Avatar army that he needs to contend with. And GG coming in from Unknown. He's going to throw this one in. Wow, I didn't think that it was over, but I guess he was ready to be done with it. Not sure if those flame tanks come in to play somewhere, but Yuri going to be taking game number 5 and the series. So Unknown going to be defeated here in the series. He will be departing from the tournament. But he put up a valiant effort to come back, but just wasn't able to stick this one out. So I'm thinking those flame tanks must have come in and done something somewhere. I'm not quite sure where they ended up going. But yeah, that's going to be it for that series. Yuri going to be moving on to face off against Maze. That will likely be the next series that we'll be checking out momentarily. So be sure to stick around, everybody. I hope you guys are all enjoying the cast so far, and we'll be jumping into the action momentarily. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 5 quarterfinal series, and we are kicking things off on Tournament Arena. And spawn in the upper left hand corner as the cyan nod, we have Maze. And down in the bottom right hand corner as the red scrin, we have Yuri. So give me just one moment here to get things shifted around here on the scoreboard. Apologize, meant to do this before we started, but totally lost track of where I was at. And we'll reset the scores. Okay, so there we go. Maze versus Yuri. This is game number 1, best of 5, so we will be seeing at least 3 games. And Yuri coming off of a 3-1, or rather a 3-2 victory over Unknown, and took a powerful last game on Pipeline Problems. Nice move there from Maze to grab his Tiberium Spike, despite all of the buzzers being there to try to actually kill that off. So he does manage to get the kill on all of those extra squads, but does not actually manage to kill off the engineer. And Yuri, he's going to be doing the same tactic this game as we saw in the previous Tournament Arena game. It didn't fare well for him in that game. We'll have to see if he can manage to make it work in this one. And or at least I believe it didn't work out for him last game. I don't quite remember. I can't remember if that was game number 2 or 3. But anyways, getting into this game, we do have the typical outpost sell-off here from Maze. He's going to be getting his refinery down and going straight for the blue Tiberium, and likely going to be just producing some additional refineries here to get that eco up and running. Yuri going for the foundry into fast expand with the drone platform, going to be getting his warp sphere out on the front lines a little bit quicker, and his extractor coming down a little bit later than Maze. So different build paths here from Yuri and Maze. The difference will be that it will be giving Yuri maybe a little bit more protection here for his drone platform in the later portion of the game, as he's going to have it kind of sandwiched in between 2 bases, as opposed to Maze, where he will likely end up keeping his MCV right where it is, and could potentially get sniped if Yuri sends some units around the edge of the map. But Maze, a very good player. We've seen him play in a number of different tournaments. I believe Outcast maybe 2 or 3 other tournaments at this point, and I've seen him play pretty well. I think I've actually seen him make it to the finals in a couple of tournaments. I don't quite remember. My memory's kind of foggy on Tib Wars at the moment, but yeah, pretty standard early game, pretty lackadaisical so far. Going to be seeing a couple of disintegrator squads coming out here for Yuri. Looks like he's just trying to push away that Raider Buggy Scout there from Maze, but Maze doesn't seem too fussed about it. He's just going to say, okay, I see that you've got a couple of disintegrators out on the field. I'm going to pump out a couple more of these Raider Buggies. Just going to be trying to contend against those guys if they actually try to go and destroy any Tiberium spikes. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Not going to be seeing any APC engineers this game, just due to the fact that there's no APCs for either player. Could potentially be seeing some Reckoner engineers a little bit later on, or Reckoner saboteurs rather, but those are a little bit less common just due to the fact that the Reckoners have no way of defending themselves, though they are quite a bit faster. And I'm pretty sure you've got Reckoners in Tib Wars. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I'm reasonably certain that there are. And man, Maze has completely cleaned up this blue Tiberium field. Likewise for Yuri. As you can see, these guys prioritizing the economy on the blue Tiberium field, getting huge amounts of income straight away, and it will allow them to get that economy, or rather the infrastructure, down quite quickly. And Yuri going for his patented Tier 2 tech up straight to Devourer tanks, going to be getting those guys charged up straight away. We have not seen him spam Tier 1 or Tier 2 at all in either games that, or rather in any of the games that he has played Scrin. He has gone straight for the Tier 2 into Devourer tanks, just to allow him to counter those early game Scorpion tanks or Predator tanks, whichever it may be. And he's going to be doing quite a nice job of that. He does have a couple of these disintegrators out on the field. Could potentially be getting some kills on these Scorpion tanks. Looking like they're going to be some free kills on these Scorpion tanks as well, as Maze is likely just focusing on killing off these Devourer tanks. Very nice building placements here. Kind of an awkward refinery placement, but just using it to shield his obelisk placement. So straight up to Tier 3 for Maze. Pretty standard. Avatars coming out for Maze as well, and more than likely going to be seeing a lot of avatars. And what do we have coming out for Yuri at the moment? It looks like Tier 3 is done. He's just continuing to build up his infrastructure. And we do have a gravity stabilizer coming out on the front lines for Yuri as well. And could be seeing a base creep out of him. Not quite sure. Either one of these players could honestly base creep. This map is obviously notorious for base creep, and it's going to be Maze, which is going to go for the aggressive base creep here. 3 refineries on the front lines And Stealth Harvester's going to be eating up a number of shots here, and looks like the Charged Devourer tank's actually going to be firing on these guys as well. Definitely not the units they want to be focusing on. I mean, obviously you don't want to allow those Harvesters to actually steal your Tiberium, but at the same time you have some more threatening units on the front lines here. As we do have Avatars rolling up, we have Obelisks being dropped on the front lines, as well as infantry kind of strolling up to the battle here as well, going to be drawing some fire. But this is getting really, really messy here. And let me see if I have my button there. Yeah, there it is. So, yeah, getting very, very messy here from these guys. And we do see, it looks like Maze is definitely putting some pain onto Yuri at this point. And power's down, unfortunately, but power micro's back, straight back up. And we'll get that radar back up and running just to make sure that we're not missing out on everything. But it's looking like the majority of the battle, or if not all of the battle, is taking place right here on the front lines. Stasis shield comes down, locks down, looks like 3 obelisks, as well as a number of 3 obelisks and 3 of those shredder turrets being locked down. So does lock down a majority of the force here. But Yuri, he's going to be thrown in the GG. May's going to be taking game number 1 in very, very quick and brutal fashion. So Maze, he was just able to outspam Yuri and managed to transition into Tier 3 straight away and absolutely shut down those Devourer tanks. So he did not suffer the same fate as Unknown, and instead transitioned straight into Tier 3 and went for the base creep straight away. Those obelisks doing lots and lots of damage, obviously very good against units and structures. But GG coming out from Yuri, so Maze will be picking up game number 1. We'll have to see if he can maybe pick up another game number 2 and really put the pressure on Yuri, or we'll have to see if Yuri can maybe claw himself back into this game. So game number 2 coming right up, everybody. Be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, and that takes us to game number 2. We are headed into Tournament Rift, and spawning on the right-hand side as the Cyan Nod, we have Maze. On the left-hand side, as the red GDI, we have Yuri. So once again, these guys swapped sides on me here. Give me just 1 second to get the scoreboard up to date. And Tournament Rift being the choice of Yuri, as he did lose the last game. And let me just make sure I've got all this stuff right. Yeah, so there we go. So 1-0 in favor of Maze, and it's going to be APC engineers here coming out from Yuri by the looks of it, as he does send those engineers back quite a ways. Maybe looking to secure those bottom Tiberium spikes, or may go for some cheeky captures on Maze's base here. But Maze, not up to any shenanigans, at least not that I can tell. He does have a number of scouts here moving around. He's actually sent a decent number of militant squads down south. He's got 2 militant squads headed down there, 2 headed up through the middle, going to be contending against those rifleman squads. And then he's also grabbed a garrisonable structure here at his Tiberium spike. And he's going to be trying to grab a foxhole here. I don't know if it's going to deploy in time. Wow, deploys with, I think, 1 remaining member there. And that's going to be enough to force Maze to fall back. So that's going to be kind of a cheeky foxhole placement. Just barely manages to survive. And actually, Maze is going to send that squad back into its death. That's a little bit unfortunate. I think it was still in range of being aggroed to it just due to the fact that it was close by. But Bike coming out straight away from Maze is going to be revealing that to Yuri by getting spotted by that Rifleman squad. And now what do we have coming out from Yuri? It looks like he does have 2 APC engineers here, which are now kind of in peril due to the fact that there are some bikes out on the field. So I don't know if Maze was just expecting this and or maybe just read him like a book. But those bikes will be able to contend against those APCs pretty easily. And yeah, Maze is just kind of chilling out here, waiting for his opportunity to actually kill those guys off. He's going to kill the Pitbull first, wise decision, as now he can kill off these APCs no problem. Does need to be a little bit careful here. He doesn't want to take too many shots from these Pitbulls, but it's looking like he's not going to be. Does lose one of the bikes, but not too much to be worried about. He has managed to take out 2 Pitbulls. Has not actually dropped one of the APC engineers yet, but he has forced these guys to reveal themselves. And they are going to be headed down south, so it looks like he is going to go for the Tiberium Spike captures. And Maze does hold one of these structures down south, so he can potentially contest that. Oh, we do see that APC engineer up in the north being killed off. Just barely caught that. Looks like the engineer nearly got into the construction yard, but it did pack up in time. And wow, actually that was really close. Nearly missed an MCB capture there. So down in the south we do have the APC engineers moving up here, but that APC engineer will get in range. He should be able to get that engineer out. He does. So Yuri does control one of the southern tip spikes. Looks like he will be able to capture another one here, and it's just a matter of trading squads at this point. So yeah, he's traded a lot of units, but he's managed to capture both of those Tiberium spikes, and he gets his money back for the engineers straight away. So this is income that's coming straight away. So even though traded units, as long as he can hold on to these tip spikes for a little while, he should be fine for the time being. And we may see some engineers coming down here. MCV is actually moving down south, so it looks like Maze actually made move down there and secure himself a refinery on the blue Tiberium, as well as some barracks down there to grab those Tiberium spikes. Pretty standard to see players do that if they are moving their MCV down to the south. Not a whole lot other reasons to do that. But Maze, or rather Yuri, he's on the defensive now. He's got watchtowers being spammed out. Obviously no AP ammo, just due to the fact that we're playing in Tib Wars, not Kane's Wrath. So the watchtower is not going to be incredibly effective, but they are very, very strong nonetheless. But Rocket Squad's going to be reinforcing that as well, and that will be enough to force Maze to fall back. Nice Rifleman squad here in the base of Maze, so Yuri will be getting eyes on where Maze has expanded. He'll be seeing that there is no expansion down to the south, at least not to the standard expansion, but he'll also be getting the cue that, that his Tiberium spikes are being captured. So Maze, he's managing to secure both of those Tiberium spikes back from Yuri. Doesn't get the bonus back straight away, so it's going to take a little while for those engineers to pay for themselves and then actually just start raking in some money, but it won't take long at all. As long as he holds on to it for a few seconds, he should be golden. But one Rifleman squad going to be spotting out a couple of those Scorpion tanks moving in here. Wow, actually a huge number of Scorpion tanks already on the front lines here for Maze. Going to be shooting up all these harvesters, and Yuri, he's got nothing really here to defend against this. He's got a couple of rocket squads out, but it's not going to be enough. These harvesters are taking some significant casualties, and now they're stacking up too, so they're taking a lot more damage than would be expected. Maze doing a nice job of actually crushing all of those rocket squads. So unfortunate placement there from Yuri, and this is looking all but certain to be going Maze's way, and it's looking very, very bad for Yuri at this point. He's taking a lot of economy damage, and he's just being out-traded very, very significantly here. The Scorpion tanks really, really doing a lot of work here in this situation, and yeah, so they're just continuing to power through, destroying this base. There's more units streaming across the map, as we can see more and more Scorpion tanks just absolutely running across the map to join their allies. And Maze is just mining away happily down here in the south. He's got that blue Tiberium expansion, tier 3 just now coming down. Yuri, he's got decent economy here on this field. He's got 4 refineries, does have a crane as well. We know that he loves the crane. Looks like he's somehow managed to hold off this attack. I don't know if Maze has just pulled back due to the fact that there weren't any harvesters left, and just decided that maybe he can attack in some other location and do some more damage. He's going to take out the Tiberium spike. Wise decision, just cut off that additional eco here from Yuri, and he's sitting on triple spike economy now to Yuri's 0 spike economy, and he's also only got a single Tiberium field's worth of economy left to gather. Needs to rebuild the harvesters on this field in order to get his eco back up and running. Only has a single harvester up here. Honestly, could transition a couple harvesters up, but it's a little bit risky. But now these Scorpion tanks with Dozer Blades are going to be rolling in, doing massive amounts of damage. Absolutely nothing here to contend with this. And Yuri is looking like he's caught between a rock and a hard place, or rather between a Scorpion and a Scorpion, because there's just Scorpions everywhere in his base. And this is a very, very bad situation for Yuri. These Scorpion tanks just kind of moving through the base, not really picking targets all that discriminating. Rather, geez, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, GG. Yuri going to be saving me from the epic fails of the cast. But Maze going to be going up 2-0, and going to be moving on to game number 3 here momentarily. So be sure to stick around, everybody. Alright, and while we're waiting for these guys to get ready for game number 3, let me do some housekeeping things. For those of you that may be just now joining us, first of all, welcome to the Tiberium Wars 1 vs. 1 February Fury Tournament. We are into the quarterfinals at this point, going to be steamrolling our way through. We are nearly through our quarterfinal series here at this point. It is 2-0 in favor of Maze, if you guys are just now joining us. If any of you are interested in reading any of this information for yourself, if you're interested in checking out the brackets or seeing the format of the tournament, maybe the map selections, different things like that, or the players that have signed up, you can be sure to check out the links that are provided in the description of the video. And likewise, if you guys are enjoying the music or are interested to see who the music is by, you can be sure to check out the music playlist that is down below. All the music provided in this cast is by Zircon. You can be sure to check him out at all of the social media and Bandcamp links that are in the description of the video as well. He has provided all of this music free of charge, so I'd love to give him a shout out anytime I give an opportunity. So we're going to be jumping into game number 3 here, everybody. This is the quarterfinal series between Maze and Yuri slash Disturbio, whichever you prefer to call him. And it's looking like that's headed into game number 3 right now, so here we go. Alright, and game number 3 brings us to pipeline problems, and down in the bottom of the map as the red GDI, we have Yuri. And coming off of a victory in the last 2 games, looking very good so far today as the cyan screen, we have Maze. So once again, these guys swap sides on me, so like I said, as always, give me 1 second here to get things sorted. And yeah, I just realized I don't have the name of the map up either. Oh jeez. Hopefully they're not doing anything too crazy right now, but here we go. Scoreboard is up and running, and Yuri going for his patented crane, and gonna be going for that expansion straight to the blue Tiberium field, getting 2 refineries up straight away. And actually it's gonna be foundry first straight away for Maze as well, so gonna be going straight into that 2 refinery. Actually 1 refinery with a power plant. No, maybe it was 2 refineries. Maybe it's just a little bit quicker. I just didn't see the sell off. It does look like there's a buzzer here, probably from a sold-off structure. So, yeah, so looks like Maze is maybe a touch faster on the refinery placements there than... I did say Maze, right? Not Yuri? Maze is a little bit faster? I think so. I'm doubting myself as I say it, but Yuri, he has deployed his 2nd refinery here on his blue Tiberium field, and has not actually captured his Tiberium spike, so we don't actually have an engineer out just yet. Maybe you're going to be seeing that in the near future. We do not have an engineer out for Maze either, so Tiberium Spike still open to be captured by both of these players. Maybe they're not too focused on it. There is blue Tiberium up for grabs, obviously, so that's a pretty significant amount of economy that's available. And we just have some rifleman squads. We'll be seeing some scout engagements here early on, and looks like Yuri's going to be getting some favorable engagements again against Maze. Seeker tank coming out on the left-hand side. Obviously, Maze does not want to get caught out by a sneaky APC engineer, and I'm also trying to keep eyes out for any APC engineers. Oh, actually, Maze is going to be spotting this. So Yuri going to be pumping out the APC engineer right now, and may send that up to the middle. Could potentially capture. What we could see with an APC engineer is actually somebody capturing this this expansion point, which is really unique to this map, and just dropping down a refinery straight away before anybody can destroy that structure. Actually, no, he's going to use that APC engineer to grab this Tiberium Spike. That's interesting. So very, very cautious about his engineer there. And Maze actually opting to go for the defensive nerve center placement by dropping it over the wall there. So going to be placing it in a very easily defendable location. And then just Yuri still has a rifleman squad here in the base of Maze. You can see what's going on. The lightning spike coming down here from Maze. Going to be harassing the economy here from Yuri in his base. Going to be getting some damage on these harvesters. Could potentially end up destroying a harvester if they all focus on the same target. Looks like the lightning spike is focusing down one, and then the seeker tanks are actually focusing down the others. Man, these harvesters are like kind of unsure about where to go. And actually, we did see one of the seeker tanks go down, I think, to all of the different firing from the harvesters. I'm not quite sure, though. Obviously, the seeker tanks don't have a huge amount of HP, or armor, rather, and do take quite a bit of damage. We do have a Tiberium silo coming down here from Yuri. It looks like he wants to hold on to this crane, does not want to sacrifice it to these forces here from Maze. Obviously, the crane does not have a huge amount of available hit points. That could go down pretty quickly. The harvester's getting some shots off as it's driving by as well. That crane does go down, so Yuri going to be losing it despite his valiant effort to hold on to it. And Maze actually choosing to drop a foundry. Whoa, wait a second. He has double foundry right now. So he's going straight up economy production right now. Going to be dropping tons and tons of extractors here on the front lines. Don't know where that... Oh, okay, yeah, that APC engineer did come down and capture this Tiberium Spike. I thought for a second that he was sending it up to the capture point, but that was just me talking about it. He didn't actually do it. And it doesn't look like that capture point has been captured. And it's actually just gravity stabilizer creep here from Maze. Looks like he's going to be going maybe for probably Devastator warships, but Yuri, he's got a decent amount of infantry, and this is the first game that we've actually seen infantry spam coming out from anybody. And it's interesting to see that it's going to be Yuri doing this here with GDI, and potentially read what Maze was up to here, going for the wow, huge amount of gravity stabilizers. Obviously, he has 3 production queues with structures, so he can just continue to drop these guys one after another. Oh, we do have the mothership being deployed. He's going to try to kill off all of these forces. They are going to get the kill on pretty much this entire force. It is going to be up to Yuri to try to spread out these forces. Oh, he needs to be careful not to chain this all the way back to his base. Oh my god, is he going to get the kill on the MCV? I don't think it's going to be in range. Oh, is that MCV in range? It's not in range. Wow, that was really, really close. I was not expecting it to get that close, but Maze, he's sacrificed quite a bit in order to make this mothership strat work out as well. He's lost quite a bit of infrastructure that he built down here, but it looks like he's just going to continue to rebuild that now, continuing to go with this base creep. And the mothership looking to get another shot off here. Looks like it might get another shot off, but Yuri's going to pull back this time. And more base creep coming out from Yuri, and there's no way that, or rather from Maze, and Yuri's going to be forced to sell up his MCV there. Oh, and he's going to get the chain on this whole base! Sells up that structure just before it's destroyed from the mothership. Oh, that was extremely close. And that mothership is just being an incredible annoyance at this point in the game. And likely going to be seeing all these rocket squads and pit bulls focusing that down. But Maze, he's determined to get another shot off by the looks of it. He's going to force fire potentially on the ground here. I don't think he's going to actually get anything. That does go down, sends one of the pit bulls straight up to heroic. And Maze going to sell up all of those gravity stabilizers straight away. So Maze looking to go for kind of a cheeky game number 3. Still in a position to win this game, but he is definitely on the back foot now. He was really counting on that mothership to do some damage for him, and just did not do as much as he was desiring. And now he's going to have to play defensively here. We do have a heroic pit bull, which is sponging a lot of the damage from that storm column, and is just healing back up straight away. As you can see, the pit bull, look at the HP just going straight back into his health bar. But that will be focused back down, so it's looking like Maze may have thrown this game away. He was looking really good earlier, but that mothership just did not work out quite the way he was expecting it to. Still has an opportunity in this game, so I'm not counting him out just yet, but it's looking like it's going to be a rough situation for him. As Yuri's pretty much gathered all the Tiberium here from this field that he possibly can, so his economy is in incredibly good shape at this point. But we do have that tripod that's getting massive crushes off at this point. It is phased. Oh wow, actually walks right over the top of that Predator tank. What is that about? Okay, I call shenanigans there. Very bizarre. Does not actually manage to get the crush on that Predator tank, so kind of a weird bug there. I mean, that was definitely standing on top of that Predator tank. I don't know if he managed to just drive in between his legs or what the deal was, but yeah, that definitely looked like it should have been going down due to the fact of the crushes. But oh, actually, what happened to that? He just died from the shots from the shock trooper squad. That was really strange looking. So kind of some weird visual glitches here on my part. Juggernaut going to be kind of itching his ears because, you know, Juggernauts, they get itchy from time to time too. And Maze, he's got some units out on the north. So he has held on. I mean, Yuri was not able to just come in here and steamroll this force as he was probably expecting to do. He lost a huge number of forces there when that mothership fired on his infantry force. And he was really in panic mode, lost pretty much that entire army, and now he's being forced to rebuild. But I think the economy advantage that he has will be coming to his aid. But I don't know, Maze, I mean, he's still got a decent amount of economy to grab on this field. And it looks like we do have an airfield coming down from Yuri, but honestly, I don't know that an airfield is really what he needs at this point. He is going to be going for Firehawks, so could potentially just hold on and use the Firehawks to bomb Maze out of the game. But he has exposed the fact that there is airfields out on the field here, and now Maze will have an opportunity to get out those plasma missile batteries or lightning, or Jesus, I keep calling them lightning spikes, storm columns to try to hold the line. What do we have going on here up in the north? A bunch of APC engineers. Oh, actually, could definitely be capturing that tech assembler. Wait, why? Why doesn't he? Yuri! Missing an opportunity to capture that tech assembler. I don't know what he was doing there. Wow, that was 2,000 credits that could have gone into his pocket as opposed to Maze, but he's not going to kill this extractor? Okay, so he does capture the extractor. I thought I heard the capture animation, but it doesn't appear to be the case. And we do have just APC engineers kind of rolling through this base. Now it's been exposed. They will be killed off here by these forces. Maze does deploy his drone ship. He did see the engineer pop out, and he will be killed off straight away. So Maze, despite being down quite a bit here once he went for that failed mothership strategy, he's still in this game. But Yuri's getting the opportunity now to get some breathing room. He's getting some Juggernauts spammed out. He's got his Firehawks on the way. It looks like he is stalled for production right now. Looks like a majority of his harvesters were pulled off the line, just due to the fact that there isn't any Tiberium left on the map. I mean, this is the only crystal of Tiberium that's left on the map at this point. Slowly regrowing here, but now it's going to be a battle of attrition at this point for these guys, and neither one is ready to commit to an all-in attack. I think Yuri was really hoping to do some damage, and I think if he had stolen away that tech assembler, he would have been in a much better position to actually take this game. Firehawks being forced to respond to these Storm Riders, but they're going to be shot down. Takes out a couple of Storm Riders, but honestly not going to be worth the Firehawk investment. And now this airfield is just going to get camped here by Maze. So wise decision here by Maze to actually go and shoot these guys down while they're on the deck. That Firehawk may get off the deck here, may get another couple of shots off, but honestly I don't think it's going to be enough to really make a difference. These rocket squads really need to be headed down south to deal with this force here. Otherwise Yuri's going to be losing this entire base, but it looks like Yuri's just going for a YOLO base trade. Going to be sending in the harvesters just to eat up some of the damage from these tripods. But oh, this is looking really tough. We do have the Buzzer Swarm support power coming in here from Maze, going to be cleaning up a large number of those rocket squads. Phase field comes off on that Annihilator tripod with maybe 2 HP left, and they're just going to run forward here and try to get some shots on these Juggernauts, and it's looking like they should be able to clean these guys up no problem. So Maze taking a come from behind victory in the looks of it here, but I mean, Yuri, he's not out of it yet. He's in a very rough spot though, I'll tell you that. I don't know how he's really going to hold on at this point. He doesn't have a whole lot in the way of forces to speak of, and there's a decent number of Annihilator tripods coming out on the front lines. AA battery, not what you want to be seeing when tripods are knocking on your front door. but obviously was trying to deal with the Storm Rider threat, which was indeed a real threat. And doesn't look like EMP grenades. No, I don't think there is any EMP grenades here. And these Annihilator tripods are just going to continue to run forward and destroy whatever they can. And it's looking like it's going to be a victory here for Maze. Yuri just holding on, not ready to give up just yet. But he does sell up the MCV, just trying to get out some additional production here. But honestly, his War Factory gets EMP'd, and the GG comes in. Maze will be taking a 3-0 victory. So pretty strong game there coming out from Maze. Valiant effort from Yuri to hold on despite the mothership cheese early on, and very nice transition there from Maze to go into the Storm Riders and then manage to hold on against the APC engineers that managed to sneak their way into his base. Yuri may be missing an opportunity by grabbing those structures a little bit quicker, but I think he was focused so much on making sure that Maze didn't do too much damage while he was busy doing that, and squandered an opportunity to grab that tech assembler. So a little bit of a misplay by Yuri, but I don't know that that necessarily made up the game. But all the same, May's going to be taking a 3-0 victory in that series. He will be progressing on into, I believe, the semifinals at this point. Yeah, so he will be getting a win into the semifinals. Going to be facing off. Actually, we'll go ahead and get a bracket update. If I can give that to you guys right now. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so let's get the full screen up. Alright, so bracket update. We do have Shocktreatment facing off against NG. Shocktreatment taking a 3-0 victory there. He is off to play against Bert. I believe that is underway. Actually, you know what? Let me just refresh this really quickly to make sure that I've got most up-to-date information. And yeah, it looks like it is. So we'll do this. And so Shocktreatment going to be facing off against Bert. That is underway. So it looks like Bert took a 3-0 victory over Aggressive Panda. So looking pretty good. Aggressive Panda, I know he's been playing quite a bit of Tib Wars and obviously a lot of Kane's Wrath. So a little bit disappointing to see him being eliminated there. But all the same, he's likely still casting. You can be sure to check him out over at twitch.tv/Reaper4500 if he is indeed still streaming. I'm not quite sure. I haven't had a chance to talk with him yet today. But Maze versus Yuri, we did see Maze taking a 3-0 victory there. And down below that, we saw Shoctrepet versus Adam Lana. Shoctrepet taking a 3-0 victory there. So Shoctrepet versus Maze should actually be a pretty good matchup. It's a matchup that I think I've seen in the past. And both of those players pretty aggressive and pretty strong in the world of Tib Wars. And Shocktreatment versus Bert, I would have to give this one in favor of Shocktreatment just due to the fact that, Shocktreatment I think is a favorite to win this entire tournament. I think anybody that's watching this would know that. But Bert, again, I've heard that he's a pretty good player, and obviously if he can 3-0 Aggressive Panda, I can imagine that he's a decently strong player, so that should be a pretty good series as well. But that's going to be it. We're into the semifinals here. It will be best of 7 moving forward, and we'll have to see how things turn out. So we'll be jumping into the next game as soon as it's available, so be sure to stick around, everybody. I hope you're having fun. Alright, everybody, so I'm going to be stepping away here for just a moment, just a quick second. I just spoke with Maze and Shoctrepet about this. I'm just going to grab a coffee really quickly, as I'm feeling a little bit drowsy. It is early in the morning here, so I apologize if I'm a little bit little bit sedated in the cast. But yeah, going to be grabbing a coffee really quickly. We will be jumping into the semifinal series between Shoctrepet and Maze momentarily. Will be a best of 7 series, going to be kicking off, I believe, on Badlands. So should be interesting. Barstow Badlands. Not terribly familiar with that map, but I know it decently well enough. So we should be seeing an interesting game there nonetheless. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into that game momentarily, so be sure to stick around, everybody. Alright, I am back, everybody. I apologize for the waiting period there. Needed to grab a coffee. It is an important part of your daily regiment, I guess. That's probably the best word for it. But yes, while we're looking at this, Adam Lalana, I think it's Lalana? Please tell me how to pronounce it, if I'm saying it wrong. Apparently his name was written wrong in the brackets, so I said Adam Lana, but apparently it's Adam Lalana. I think it's Lalana. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously I want to get it correct whenever I can get an opportunity to, but that's how it looks to me, man. I don't know. I don't know. Some of these names, man, I do my best. But, yeah. So I hopefully got it right the second time. Apologies, did not know that it was, spelt wrong in the bracket. But yeah, we should be jumping into the semifinal series here that we spoke about just as I was stepping away. For those of you that may be just now joining us, this is the Tiberium Wars 1 vs. 1 February Fury tournament, hosted proudly by GameReplays.org. This is hosted on the Revora.net/CNC online service, so be sure to head over and give those guys some love. Be sure to tell them thank you very much for the free server. that we get to play on and we all get to enjoy. So we've had some pretty fantastic tournaments so far, and Tib Wars getting some more love now recently. It's been dormant for a little while as far as tournament play goes, and we've come back now with I think a couple of tournaments in recent months. So it's nice to see this is back up and running, and nice to see some activity in tournament play as well. As we struggled for a little while there, getting people interested in signing up in tournaments. Just I think post GameSpy closure. There's a number of theories out there as to why that may have happened. But all of that aside, we are at the situation that we are at now, and we have a decent-sized tournament here for you today, and it's looking like we've got 43 people watching the stream as we speak, so I hope you guys are all enjoying it. I know I certainly am. We saw some pretty cool games. I have to say, so far, the highlight for me was the game on Small Town USA between Yuri Sorodatov. I can't say his name. We just call him Yuri. I think his name is also Disturbia. And between Disturbia and Unknown earlier on today, I think it was actually the first series that we watched, we saw a double MCV snipe from both players. That was pretty epic. I was not expecting that, and that ended up working out for those guys. So pretty cool to see that, and it ended up turning into kind of a wonky game after that. But yeah, so some interesting games here today. Obviously, Tib Wars bringing a nice different flavor to the channel here, whereas I'm typically a Kane's Wrath guy. So not going to be seeing any epic units, not going to be seeing any hexalaming, as people love to call it, and going to be seeing a little bit more of high volume action. Some would call it spam, I call it high volume. I like that a little bit better. Yeah, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 here momentarily, so be sure to stick around, everybody. I hope you guys are all having fun. I know I certainly am today, and we should be in for some good games here. Alright, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 7 semifinal series. We are kicking things off on Barstow Badlands, and spawning on the left-hand side as the blue screen, we have Shoctrepet. On the right-hand side, as the Cyan nod? Yeah, Cyan's the word I'm looking for. We have Maze. So let me make sure I've got this right. So blue versus Cyan, man, that's going to be tough. Let's get the scores squared away. Okay, so I think the scoreboard is up to date. There we go. So 0-0, best of 7, so we will be seeing at least 4 games, minimum. And a decent number of buzzers coming here through the middle of the map for Shoctrepet. And he's going to be able to clean up all of these scouts and secure himself a Tiberium spike in relatively easy fashion here. We do have actually a disintegrator coming forward as well. Apologies, had to cut my mic there for a second. But he's going to be destroying the bridge as well. This is interesting. So I've never actually seen this. Disintegrator coming forward, going to be destroying the bridge. Going to be forcing Maze to repair that if he wants to capture that Tiberium spike or even harass it later on in the game. Unless he chooses to go for aircraft or something to that effect. Maze does grab a structure up in the north and a structure down in the south, so he's got good eyes on Shocktreatment, and he'll be able to see anywhere that he ends up going. But oh, actually nice moves there from Shocktreatment. Does manage to keep both of those buzzers alive. I don't know if he managed to actually kill off any other buzzers, but he will be keeping those other 2 alive. And Shocktreatment's got really good Shocktreatment's got really good eyes on the base of Maze, whereas Maze doesn't have any eyes on Shocktreatment whatsoever, and that's a dangerous thing to do. Especially in a situation like this where you know that your opponent has gone forward and destroyed that bridge, and you haven't seen any units coming out through the top or the south of the map, so it's a risky move to just leave them unscouted, but it doesn't appear as though Maze is too fussed about it. We'll most likely be seeing a Raider buggy, which seems to be moving around towards the top of the map now. He's going to likely try to squeeze in and get some eyes on that base. So Maze has creeped forward, and he's going to be dropping a refinery down in this little valley here, and we'll be getting some economy up and running on that field. Kind of an interesting MCV placement. I've never actually seen this, but again, I'm not a native of Tib Wars by any stretch of the imagination, so this map is pretty foreign to me. But a lot of times I'll see players bringing their MCVs down, down in this area here. I don't know why that function isn't working, but they'll bring their MCVs down here and then, deploy on these fields like a normal person would. But this is actually a very effective tactic as well, because you can kind of hide this refinery on the other side of a Tib field. And it's just a very interesting move. Oh, actually, that's really interesting. So a lightning spike coming down here from Shoctrepet. He's managed to drop this down on the bridge, but it's able to fire down on these units that are on the low ground. That's very interesting, because there's no way for Maze rather, to destroy this. And Maze is going to destroy the bridge. So wait a second. Really confused. Oh! He destroyed the entire bridge! How did he do that? So apparently I have never seen that. That is a first for me, folks. That was really cool. Maze saying, watch this. That was really cool, actually. I'm not going to focus on it too much. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit later. But these Scorpion tanks going to be taking lots and lots of damage here from these Seeker tanks. But now they're being overwhelmed here by the sheer numbers and raw firepower of these Scorpion tanks. And in a Scorpion tank versus Seeker tank fight, it's going to be the Scorpion tanks taking a victory early on, but once these Seeker tanks manage to get some upgrades, then they're going to be able to do quite a bit more damage and sponge quite a bit more as well. Also, the stealth detection feature of the Seeker tanks is also quite nice. We'll have an opportunity for Shocktreatment to actually do some damage to Maze's harvesters if he chooses to move in with those. But he's being focused down pretty quickly here by the forces of Maze. Maze actually going to be choosing to focus down the photon cannon first and foremost. A very wise decision there. Shocktreatment, he's completely cleaned up this northern Tiberium field. Very nice moves there. But let's see what else do we have going on here. Just a Black Hand squad going to be coming forward, actually joining these Scorpion tanks. We did see this earlier on. I'm not quite sure who it was that did it, but oh, actually that Black Hand squad going to be getting cleaned up there. But Shocktreatment throwing in the GG. It's looking like Maze is going to be taking a fast game number 1. So that was really interesting, and it's looking like my my little freak out session there is actually just now catching up with the stream, so should be interested to see the reactions from chat. Probably a lot of LOLs or LMFAOs. Nothing yet. Doesn't seem like anybody really cares. Interesting though. Yeah, that was a very strange move there from Maze to destroy the entire bridge. I've never seen that before. I mean, it makes sense if you destroy one half of the bridge and it's just floating out in the middle of nowhere. It makes sense that you can just destroy the remainder of it. yeah, all of that aside, sorry everybody, I'm kind of like watching my own stream, watching everybody's reactions to it. Just wanted to see if like it's the same reaction that I had, and it seems like everybody else is just as surprised as I was. But yeah, that's going to be taken up into game number 2 here. It's looking like it's going to be on Tournament Arena, and that will be kicking off momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 7 semifinal series between Shoctrepet and Maze. We are on game number 2, and that brings us to the map Tournament Arena. And spawn in the upper left hand corner as the cyan nod, we have Maze. And down in the bottom right hand corner as the purple nod, we have Shoctrepet. So let me just make sure I've got my scores right, and oh my god, I didn't change the map name. These guys are going too quick for me. Alright, so 1-0 in favor of Maze. Maze taking a pretty cool game number 1 on Barstow Badlands. Pretty quick game as well. Don't know exactly how long that one raged on for, but it was not long at all, probably 5-6 minutes. But had an interesting bridge destruction, which I had never seen before, and maybe had a bit of an overreaction too, but all the same, very interesting to see. And Maze is just going to be sending out a decent number of these militant squads here, likely trying to defend his outpost. Wants to make sure that he's not getting APC engineered here. And Shoctrepet, he's got a couple of militant squads headed up through the middle. He has a squad down in the south. It looks like it should be able to grab this bunker, or maybe even the forward bunker. That would be even better. And he's also going to grab one of the ones in the north. So he's got very good map vision at the moment, whereas Maze has dedicated the majority of his forces to defending his outpost. So nice move there from Maze to defend that. But Shocktreatment, Shoctrepet, going to be getting some free vision here on the map, as there's no scouts to actually contest against this. Surprisingly enough, both guys going, or rather both, I don't know if they chose not or if they both went random. I can't recall from the lobby, but shadow teams very, very potent against the early outpost and refinery drops on those blue Tiberium fields. And now we can see Maze is just using these squads that he used to defend his outpost to just get some scouting information here on Shoctrepet. Will be a little bit later scouting, so should be a little bit more effective information, or more important information, I guess, at this point, because it's going to be giving information to Maze as to what Shoctrepet's plans here are for the early to early mid game. And not a whole lot going on here. It's looking like it may end up being bike buggy here early on, but would not be shocked to see Scorpion v Scorpions in the very near future. Maybe seeing one of these guys teching up straight away to tier 3 and then going into avatar spam, expecting the other to go for Scorpion tanks. But that's a risky move as well, just due to the fact that it will allow your opponent an opportunity to spam out a lot of Scorpion tanks, and if you don't have obelisks and a decent number of avatars, as well as good positioning, you could be in a very difficult position. But yeah, so Bike Buggy just going to be on the cards for both players here, just trying to jockey for map position here, and or rather map control, and neither one really taking a huge amount of losses early on. Harvesting, just mining away happily for both players. And we do have the Bike Buggy returning here for Maze. We do have the crane being dropped here for Maze at this point, and that could potentially get sniped here by Shoctrepet. If he pushes in, he could potentially destroy that. Two war factories being dropped here for Shoctrepet, as well as the war factory up in the north. So he's rocking triple war factory Bike Buggy at this point. He's got a lot of Bike Buggy out as well. It's looking like it's going to be a Scorpion transition straight away for Shoctrepet. It looks like he's comfortable with the number of Bike Buggy that he's got out on the field, or maybe he has scouted the fact that Maze has gone into Scorpion tank production of his own. But it's looking like Shoctrepet's a little bit quicker here on the draw and getting his economy up and running on this expansion. He does have tier 2 a little bit faster as well, at least I believe so. Do we have tier 2 down for Maze? Yes, yeah, it comes down as we speak, so not a whole lot faster, but we do have the Scorpion tanks as well as Bike Buggy here rolling around for both players. And now it's going to start to get a little bit bloody, as I think these guys are massing up to a decent sized force and thinking, okay, it's time to do some damage. Obviously, you don't want to allow these guys to just spiral out of control with unit numbers. And Shocktreatment and Maze having a little bit of a skirmish here between Scorpion tanks. Definitely going to be going in favor of Shoctrepet. It's looking like the Bike Buggy here has managed to push in from Shoctrepet. Managed to kill off a couple of harvesters, and that bike buggy is going to sneak into the back here of Maze's base, and this is looking very, very good for Shoctrepet. He's managed to catch Maze kind of with his pants down, and the bike buggy in the back is just destroying all of the economy. Meanwhile, the Scorpion tank's just steamrolling forward, going to be crushing all his infantry, as well as getting some free shots on these Scorpion tanks here from Maze. And this is looking to be a very, very bad game for Maze. He's in a very tough situation. If he can hold this, he should be able to get back into the game, but he's lost a lot of harvesters, and it's going to give Shoctrepet a lot of opportunity to breathe in this game. He should be going for a base creep at this point, honestly. Base creep would not be a bad idea. Tier 3 is done. We see the Tier 2 being sold off. Obviously, Tier 2 not terribly effective for these guys unless they're going to be trying to get out some AA turrets, but there's not going to be any aircraft out on the field, at least not for the time being. And we do see, it looks like Shoctrepet is still continuing to push forward. He does have Dozer Blades, so that's going to be giving him a huge advantage over Maze if he did not have one already. And he's continuing to just push forward. He's going to be crushing all the remaining infantry here, and now he's moving into the remaining forces here of Maze. Going to be destroying these Scorpion tanks. Maze does have the Dozer Blade upgrade, but it is a bit too late. We do have an Obelisk being dropped as well, and Shoctrepet is looking really, really good. He's just managing to outtrade Maze. He's just got more units out on the field than Maze does, and we do have this Black Hand squad. It looks like maybe it was sent up here to destroy this Tiberium spike, but more than likely Shoctrepet is just focusing on this attack. He's doing very, very well. He's killed off all of the units of Maze that he can. Doesn't have any stealth detection, so he can't really kill off harvesters unless he manages to catch them at the refinery, but he's managed to sneak his way all the way back into the original base of Maze at this point. He could just be destroying infrastructure. Honestly, just focus down power plants. GG coming in from Maze. So Shocktreatment gonna, or rather Shoctrepet, gonna be evening up the series 1-1. So brutal game number 2 here coming out from Shoctrepet, just going straight into. He seemed like he went for a lot more units than Maze did, and he still had tech behind that as well. So I don't know what the build path was for either one of these players, but it definitely seemed like it favored Shoctrepet. I think he just caught Maze by surprise with the amount of bike buggy that he had, because Maze had an equal number of Scorpion tanks, if not slightly more Scorpion tanks, I think. But the triple War Factory production from Shoctrepet really reigned supreme in that game, and gave him an opportunity to get himself back into this series. So it is 1-1 right now. Going to be moving into game number 3 here momentarily, so be sure to stick around. Alright, and that takes us to game number 3 on Tournament Tower, and spawning down in the bottom right-hand corner as the Cyan Nod, we have Maze. And in the upper left-hand corner as the Purple Nod, we have Shoctrepet. So Shoctrepet evened up this score 1-1 here with Maze. Going to be taking us to Tournament Tower. The map choice was to Maze for this game, so he chose to go with Tower. Maybe he's got some interesting strats that he intends to pull out against Shoctrepet. I think this is the map where we saw like an epic all-in Scorpion tank fight between Maze and Shoctrepet in the last tournament that I cast for Tiberium Wars. I don't know if it was necessarily the last one, but it wasn't too long ago, and that was actually an epic game. Some very, very interesting play from both of those players. I'm pretty sure that it's those guys. You guys can check it out on my channel if you want, but that was a pretty good game. So I'm interested to see what these guys choose to go for in this game. There is a Shredder turret down, so I don't think that they necessarily know that they're up against Nod. No, I think both of these guys did actually choose Nod. So no random, I don't believe. Yeah, I can actually confirm that by looking back at my stream right now. You can see the lobby, and yeah, it does show that they both chose Nod. And yeah, just going to be the standard base creep here. Again, nothing too crazy. We haven't seen any flame tank openers or crazy shadow team rushes out of anybody so far today. It's just been pretty standard build paths for everybody. And, you know, it varies a little bit. I think that was a rifle or a militant squad. I'm not quite sure if it was a militant squad or an engineer. Hopefully it was a militant squad, otherwise that is a big setback for Maze. And Shoctrepet, he's holding on to his Hand of Nod. Not quite sure what his plan is for that. Maybe just using it as a prophylactic defense at this point. We'll have to see, but got some Harvester stacking over here. And Maze, he's separated his refineries quite substantially on this main field. Does not want to get Catalyst missiled on that field, and that's a wise decision. Obviously, the Catalyst missile has a much bigger range on Tiberium Wars than it does on Kane's Wrath, so it's a much more potent one-click option for Nod factions, or rather the Nod faction in Tib Wars. And yeah, again, just standard eco play from both of these guys. Nothing too crazy to talk about here early on, but I predict that it will end up being a Scorpion tank battle here in the mid-game or so, maybe even early game. Do have a attack bike kind of rolling around here for Maze, so I don't know, maybe one of them will go into some bikes here and maybe go for some harass on the economy while those Scorpion tank battles are raging on. But the Scorpion tank numbers are starting to mass up here for both guys, and it's just double War Factory production here for Maze. Let's see what it is for Shocktreatment. Just double War Factory for him as well. He has still kept his Hand of Nod around. Again, not quite sure what his plan is for that. And actually really nice moves there from Shocktreatment. Keeps that Harvester alive. That bike is still alive. It's looking like it's going to be trying to get chased down here by this Scorpion tank. It will finally get chased down, and Shocktreatment will be cleaning that up. But Maze is pushing forward here with some Scorpion tanks, even though there is the War Factory production as well as repairs here coming out from Shocktreatment. He is content with continuing to push forward. He is going to be taking some losses here, though. Despite having a little bit of a numbers advantage, he is going to be taking a lot more damage due to the fact that he does not have War Factory or repairs here on the front lines. But he is forcing the battle into Shocktreatment's Tiberium field, so it's going to be forcing him to respond. Could potentially be losing some Harvesters if some attack bikes roll up. But if I remember correctly, I remember the thing that I was really, really disappointed about was that nobody brought stealth detection to the fights. Like, these guys could easily be capping Harvesters right now and really be weakening their opponent, but no stealth detection means that they're not going to be able to see these guys. Could be destroying Harvesters as they're at the refineries, and it looks like he's going to do that now. So, wise decision here coming out from Shocktreatment, or rather from Maze. And, okay, so bikes coming in. Nice. Maze is thinking about this ahead of time, and he's got some bikes rolling up here, going to be trying to kill off these Harvesters. Needs to cap off the Scorpion tanks, but obviously if he can kill off some Harvesters while he's at it, that would be good as well. Not quite sure where the bikes ended up. It looks like they're just sitting on the back lines. That's exactly what they need to be doing. Let the Scorpion tanks come forward, do the damage. The bikes need to sit on the back lines and just poke as much as they can, but more importantly, they need to get the stealth detection out on the front lines. So the Obelisk focusing down the GDI Logistics Center. Actually, no, that tower is going to survive. And it looks like, oh, the Black Hand Squad is going to make it in, so that's going to survive. And it is in range of this War Factory. That's unfortunate. Should Silo drop this just to prevent that War Factory from actually being destroyed? Actually, no, it looks like the tower was destroyed quickly enough to force that squad out. But what do we have going on down in the south? It looks like a Black Hand Squad from Shocktreatment has managed to clean up the Tiberium Spike down in the south. He does still have his Tiberium Spike up in the north, so he is definitely ahead in terms of economy in that respect. But oh, it looks like both of the refineries and the War Factory have been dropped. And Maze, I think, going for the heavy one-clicks here in this game. I'm not sure if it was a Catalyst missile that came in, but it more than likely was. And now Shocktreatment is in a really, really difficult position. There are a number of attack bikes in his base, and Shocktreatment going to throw in the GG, and that's going to be it for him in this game. Maze going to be taking game number 3 and going up 2-1 in this series. So pretty powerful game there from Maze. Just knew exactly what he wanted to do on this map and absolutely executed it flawlessly from what I could tell. He did lose his Tiberium Spike, but again, he was just absolutely punishing his opponent on the front lines, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Obviously, if you can destroy your opponent's economy in their base, then that will be much better than destroying their Tib Spike economy. But that's going to be bringing us into game number 4 here. It will be up for Maze to be up 2-1 against Shocktreatment. We'll have to see if Shocktreatment can maybe even up the score here in the next game, or maybe Maze can force out a match point by taking another game here, bringing himself up 3-1, and potentially close things out in another game. But we're going to be seeing game number 4 here momentarily, so be sure to stick around, everybody. I hope you guys are having fun. I know I certainly am. And yeah, we'll be jumping into the game as soon as it's available. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 4 of this best of 7 semi-final series here. We are in Tournament Dust Bowl. Had a little bit of a brain fart, but spawning down on the bottom portion of the map as the cyan nod, we have Maze. And coming off of a painful loss in the last game as the purple nod in the north, rather the top of the map, we have Shoctrepet. So let me make sure I've got the scores right here. And sorry, I'm going to be sorting out one other thing here. Dust Bowl. Okay, so Dust Bowl, going to be the map of choice here for Shoctrepet. And we do see shadow teams out on the field. It looks like it is only one shadow team on the right-hand side. Don't know if he actually called in the support power. Oh, actually, there's a couple of shadow teams here on the left-hand side. So it's looking like Maze is looking to secure both of those Tiberium spikes for himself. Doesn't look like Shoctrepet has actually gone for any early engineers here, at least not off to the... Oh wow, actually, man, I don't know if you read like Maze's mind in this game, but he went for double Raider Buggy blindly and managed to catch out both engineers. One engineer is forced into the structure. Looks like he managed to clean up the other one. Wow, that was a really interesting move there from Shoctrepet. He must have been expecting the early game shadow teams. The shadow teams were not in large enough numbers to actually kill off the War Factory. It looks like a couple of shadow teams did actually get cleaned up. Actually, all the shadow teams there did get cleaned up. So this is looking to be a pretty tough situation here for Maze. I mean, he's invested very heavily in this early game, and he's lost pretty much everything without doing a whole lot of damage, and still hasn't secured either Tiberium spike. He does still have an engineer here, which is hiding out in this garrisonable structure, but as long as Shoctrepet, Jesus, I cannot speak today. As long as that Raider Buggy just stays chilling around here, he could definitely hold off the capture of that Tiberium spike and potentially get out a force here to destroy that garrisonable structure and just kill that engineer once and for all. But he's got 2 refineries on this field, just going for some eco here, and Maze is likely going to be playing defensive here early on because he's going to be way behind Shoctrepet early due to the fact that he went for that very aggressive opening, and Shoctrepet countered it perfectly. And had Maze not gone for any engineers at all, Shoctrepet would have been down a little bit just due to the fact that he went for 2 Raider Buggies right off the start, but even then it's not going to put you way behind, so that was a pretty good move there. Oh, I thought for a second there that maybe both engineers were still alive, but I'm thinking the engineer on the left-hand side must have been killed. But it's looking like on the right-hand side it has not yet been killed, but it's looking like it will be pretty shortly. Shoctrepet is not willing to let that engineer get away, and wise decision to do so. He's just continuing to eco behind this. He does have Bike Buggy out on the field, but not a crazy amount at this point. He's continuing to push out more and more as we speak, but he is looking really, really good so far in this game. He could definitely be pushing that early game advantage, maybe force Maze to be pumping out Scorpion tanks here. But I don't know how many, why can't I rotate? What the heck is going on right now? I can't rotate. Okay, Sorry, I gotta figure out what that's all about. Really bizarre. Rotate now? Okay, that was weird. So, yeah, apparently my mouse was set to a wrong profile, and I did not have the ability to rotate. So, yeah, it's going to be Maze moving out to the north by the looks of it with his MCV. Going to be looking to get some economy established up there, but Shoctrepet, he's not really been pushing his early game advantage here. I mean, he really had Maze set way behind, and it's looking like he's trying to push that now, as he does have triple War Factory production here. We've been seeing him put in triple War Factory production pretty good use so far, and we'll have to see if he can do it again. Almost manages to catch that construction yard out of position here, but he will be cleaning up the majority of this bike buggy. He definitely has overwhelming numbers, and more forces are going to be joining the battle. We do have a Hand of Nod here out on the front lines for Maze. Going to be trying to hold off against this force, and a couple of rocket squads maybe wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to be seen popping out, but there's no economy to support it. All of the economy is being spent on these two war factories, and now Maze is in a really tough situation. Shoctrepet's managed to clean up all these forces defending, and Maze is going to throw in the GG. I think that's a wise decision. That game is definitely going in favor of Shoctrepet, and Shoctrepet's going to be evening up the score 2-2. So interesting game. I mean, just got blind countered there. Nice moves from Shoctrepet to go forward. No engineers in early game. Raider buggies to both sides. Managed to kill off both engineers. One straight away and then one after a little bit of time. But yeah, it just put him so far ahead in terms of economy that Maze wasn't really able to recover. Could he have potentially held on in that game? Yes, but it would have been a very massive come-from-behind victory if he'd managed to actually pick up a win there. So maybe just throwing it in, going to be trying to get into the next game. Probably a wise decision there. So Maze going to be dropping that game, but going to be evening the score up to 2-2. So we'll be seeing one of these guys picking up a game number 3. But game number 5 will be on the way momentarily, so be sure to stick around, everybody. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 5 of this best of 7 semifinal series, and we are on the map Tournament Rift, and spawning on the left hand side as the purple nod, we have Shoctrepet. On the right hand side as the cyan nod, coming off of a very painful victory in the last game, we have Maze. So it's 2-2, map is Tournament Rift, should be an interesting game. We'll have to see. I mean, Shocktreatment really just won based on a blind counter. And oh, actually a rocket squad coming out really quickly here for Shocktreatment. So not quite sure what his plan is here. That's very interesting. I haven't seen that before, but maybe thinking that he can clean up any bike buggy or something that manages to sneak their way over there. But just going to be early game scouts here. It looks like these guys are just going to kind of pass by one another. Nope, they are going to choose to engage, and it looks like Shocktreatment is going to get first shot off. Don't know which one will actually come out on top here. It looks like it will be Shocktreatment just due to the fact that he got first shot, and he will be progressing on forward. So he has also sent a decent number of scouts here down to the south, and it looks like Maze maybe a little bit phased by the last game. Not going to be sending engineers down to the south, and likewise not going to be seeing an any engineers coming out from Shocktreatment either. So just going to be Raider buggies all around for these guys. Not willing to invest in the early game engineers to try to capture those Tiberium spikes. But likely we'll see somebody try to jockey for position down there, because those Tiberium spikes are worth quite a bit of economy, especially over a period of time. You'll be seeing them being very, very useful in pumping out some additional units. But Raider buggies just going for the scouts right now for both players. It looks like Maze is going to be scouted by Shocktreatment here. I keep wanting to say Shocktreatment just because those names are so very similar. And we have likewise the same exact thing going on here for Maze in the base of Shocktreatment. Going to be getting eyes on this base. And actually, it looks like this Raider buggy is going to get chased away here by a couple of bikes from Maze. So Maze doing a nice job of anti-scouting here against Shoctrepet. Does not want to allow Shoctrepet the opportunity to escape with that buggy. And lots of buggies coming out here for Shoctrepet. Interesting move. Lots of buggies, actually. So likely going to be seeing a transition into bikes any moment. Yeah, it looks like it already has been transitioned into. And we do have another militant squad here moving across the middle of the map for Maze. Again, nothing too crazy going on, just bike buggy early on, just going to be eco after that, or during that. It's going to be 3 refineries, it looks like 5 harvesters at the moment for Maze, and then on the left-hand side we do see 2 refineries and 5 harvesters for Shoctrepet, so slightly better ratio for Shoctrepet as far as value goes, but he is expanding down to the south as well. It looks like he's going to go for those early capture on the Tiberium spikes as well as some secure blue Tiberium if he can manage to hold on to his map positioning here. But he needs to be careful not to expend too many bikes here or else he's going to leave his MCV open to some free harass from Maze. And Maze, he's continuing to chase this down. I think that's a wise decision. He has the numbers advantage. He can continue to trade here and trade cost effectively. Just needs to be careful not to be shooting up Raider buggies. Needs to be focusing down the bikes. He's doing a very nice job of that as we speak. And he's definitely looking really, really good here in the early game. He's going to get some free shots on this construction yard. Could potentially actually kill this off. Actually, it's looking like Shoctrepet is going to be losing his MCV here. I don't know how he can really hold on to this unless he's got tier 3 and an obelisk on the way. He's in some really tough situations here. It looks like some bike buggy is coming in for Shoctrepet, but honestly, it's going to be too little too late. I think Maze can just stay here and just destroy this force. Just keep trading with these buggies and this bike buggy and just destroy this MCV over time. MCV coming in here for Maze, going to be solidifying his position down here. And yeah, this is looking all wrapped up for Maze. And Shoctrepet does lose his MCV. He does lose a Hand of Nod as well. And he's going to be losing his War Factory on the front lines as well. So Maze is looking really, really good. I mean, Shoctrepet, he did manage to grab both of the Tiberium spikes in all of this chaos. But Maze will be able to grab them back. So it's not too much of a concern. And he actually does manage to hold on to this garrisonable structure as well. Does need to be careful because there is this Tiberium silo here. That's just going to be a little bit annoying. Actually, Shoctrepet selling that up straight away. Very interesting because he could have just held on to that and forced them to destroy it, because once that squad comes out, he can just kill off the engineer. But anyways, Shoctrepet is going to be responding with bikes up in the north, and it's a huge amount of bike buggy here for Maze. Is a bit ahead in terms of that that production, and he is transitioning over to Scorpion tanks now. As we can see, they're both pumping out at the same time. But this bike force here is going to get caught out and is going to be absolutely obliterated by the forces of Maze. I don't think Shoctrepet was really expecting to see this much bike buggy up in the north, and it looks like 4 bikes have managed to sneak their way past, but they're going to get chased down. Shoctrepet throwing in the GG. It's looking like Maze is going to be taking game number 5, and it's going to be putting Maze up 3-2 in this best of 7 series. So interesting game, bike buggy being the order of the day for these guys on that map, and it's just going to be Maze getting some nice early game positioning, trading really cost effectively with Shoctrepet, and just snowballing that advantage into a killed MCV, and there's just no way for Shoctrepet to really recover. He has to reproduce his MCV, yet he needs all of the production to be used to produce more and more bike buggy. So that put him way behind. Shoctrepet going to throw in the towel. Maze going to be picking up a victory there. Going to be putting him up 3-2, potentially match point coming up in game number 6. We'll have to see how that one turns out. It's coming up any moment, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 6 of this best of 7 semifinal series. We are on the map tournament, or rather Small Town USA, sorry, completely messed up that one. But in the upper right hand corner as the purple nod, we have Shoctrepet. And down on the bottom left hand corner as the cyan nod, we have Maze. So Maze is up 3-2 in this series. This is potentially a match point for him. And Shoctrepet, he needs to pick up a victory here in this game and in the next game in order to secure himself a spot in the finals. But we'll have to see how that one turns out. It looks like it's going to be shadow teams early here for Shoctrepet, but not sending them out straight away. Not sure what he's doing. He's squandering a lot of time on those shadow teams, and really their effectiveness comes from them being used so early. They can do a lot of damage, but oh, maybe he was waiting for some more shadow teams. So wow, actually it's looking like a decent number of shadow teams coming out here from Shoctrepet. It looks like 5 on the way, so maybe going for a War Factory snipe, or even potentially a refinery snipe. I don't think that it's enough damage to actually take out a refinery, but I'm not terribly familiar with the amount of damage that that shadow teams do actually do. I think 5 may be enough to destroy a refinery, but it is most definitely enough to destroy a War Factory. So we'll have to see what Shoctrepet chooses to go for. Just seeing some scout engagements early on here. Wow, I don't know how he spotted this coming out, but a Shredder turret comes down straight away. Maybe just lucky enough to actually see that, but oh, actually it is going to be enough to actually kill off that refinery, so I was very much wrong about the damage output available from these shadow teams, but they are going to be forced to fly away here. He could potentially just land and run away, or even just jump into one of the structures, because at this point it's taking a lot of damage from these units due to the fact that they're firing on air targets. Only one shadow team will manage to sneak away here, so took a lot of losses there to take out one refinery. And one refinery in Tiberium Wars is not a huge loss, but it's a fast tier 2 here for Maze. Not going for the spammy action this game, but going to be going for some more tech-oriented play, and not going to be seeing anything just yet out of Shoctrepet. I think he was expecting to do more damage with those shadow teams, so very interesting early game read there from Maze. He managed to spot that out very, very quickly. I don't know how he necessarily saw that coming. I don't know if he was expecting it or what the deal was. I would imagine these guys have played quite a few number of games against one another, so maybe they've come to expect one thing from one player. But yeah, this was the map choice from Shoctrepet, so again, maybe Maze reading this one based off of his prior engagements with Shoctrepet on this map, but it's going to be a shadow team, just that final remaining shadow team going to be moving around down in the south, likely just going to be using that for some scouting information, maybe poke some damage onto some power plants. But it's not a very threatening force, that's for sure. We do have a flame tank out in the north, so interesting move here from Maze, going for that tier 2, and going to be going for a flame tank. Could potentially be killing off a War Factory or something if Shoctrepet does not spot this. He does have bikes being pumped up, but they're immediately being called to the front lines. They're not going to be here to defend against this flame tank, and this flame tank is getting into range here pretty shortly. And let's take a look. We do have Shoctrepet going to be harassing the harvesters here from Maze. And he's doing a nice job. He's killing off a decent number of harvesters. I think he's killed maybe only one harvester. Oh, we have a Tib Catalyst missile. Oh man, the one clicks are nasty. And Maze, he's destroyed the War Factory. He's destroyed, I think, at least one refinery, but almost all of the harvesters. And it looks like there's just one refinery with 2 harvesters left here for Shoctrepet at this point. And he's in a really tough spot as far as economy goes. So it was fast tech to a Tib Chem plant, so straight up to tier 4 for Maze. No expansion just yet, but he has punished the economy of Shoctrepet, and he has that early game tech advantage, so it's going to be interesting to see how Shoctrepet chooses to respond to this. He has to get his eco back up and running, and now that he knows that those support powers are on cooldown, that they cannot be used against him again, at least not for the time being. And he's going to be using this opportunity to harass the harvesters of Maze. Good decision there. He doesn't trade too many bikes. I mean, he's traded quite a bit, but he's traded pretty effectively, I think. But we do have an avatar out on the field here for Maze, and I think it will likely be more and more avatars just due to the fact that he knows that Shoctrepet's on that tier 1. And I think we saw a War Factory being sold off there. Oh, did Shoctrepet actually just sell up his only production facility? No, he does have another War Factory down here. I thought for a second there that he sold up his only production facility. Definitely not something you ever want to do in a game. Just due to the fact that obviously you cannot win without production. I mean, I guess you could, but you have to be in an amazingly good position to be able to get some engineer captures or something. But yeah, Shoctrepet, he's moving around with the bike buggy, but I don't know that, well actually, I say bike buggy, but it's really just bikes. And against Scorpion tanks with the Dozer Blade upgrade as well as avatars, definitely not going to be wanting to fight this fight. Does actually poke quite a bit of damage onto that Scorpion tank, doesn't actually take too much in return. I think he took maybe 1 or 2 shots. Ooh, that bike will be going down, unfortunately being left behind there. But an avatar has made its way all the way up into the base of Shoctrepet, and it's going to be getting focused down here by the rocket squads from Shoctrepet. And actually, is that a tip? Wow, actually, tip vapor bomb being called in on the 2 refineries here. One does manage to survive with just barely a shred of health. And I was wondering if Maze was actually going to sacrifice a couple of bikes in there to actually destroy that. Looks like he's going to come forward with the Scorpion tanks, trying to get the crush off on all those rocket squads. Man, he gets massive crushes off on those rocket squads. That is very, very damaging. And he's trying desperately to kill that refinery, because obviously if he can do that, he's going to be setting Shoctrepet even further behind. And the one-click's really reigning supreme here for Maze in this game. He's just punished Shoctrepet so severely for that early game Shadow Team opening. And the GG well played coming out from Shoctrepet. Maze is going to be picking up this game and the series 4-2. And we actually saw laser capacitors come online for Maze right at the last moment of the game there. But yeah, Maze is going to be taking a 4-2 victory over Shoctrepet. Going to be moving on to face off against Shocktreatment here in the near future, and that's going to be the final series. Going to be a best of 9 coming up momentarily. That will be underway very shortly, and should be a pretty good game. These two guys have battled each other countless times, and going to be seeing another one for the title here. We should be seeing Shocktreatment in pretty good form. He hasn't had a huge number of incredibly good players to face early on, and he did get a free win out of the round of 16. So we'll have to see if he's up to par with where he wants to be and is ready to play out this next game. I think his series was over, so he should be ready to go. See him in the lobby, though. I don't know what he's up to. We'll have to check in on that momentarily. We will be jumping into that series the second it becomes available, so be sure to stick around, everybody. And we'll jump into that the second it becomes available. All right, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this Best of 9 Finals series. That's right, we're in the finals now, and that brings us to Tournament Dust Bowl. And spawning down in the bottom as the pink scrin, we have Shocktreatment. And in the top, having to claw his way through this tournament so far as the cyan nod, we have Maze. The score is 0-0. It is Best of 9, so we are guaranteed 5 games, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, 5 at the minimum. So it is pretty exciting. Best of 9, haven't seen that all that often, but we've been running a little bit longer tournament for Tib Wars just due to the fact that there weren't an incredible number of signups, but we did want to get some good action with these guys, and I think Best of 5s have actually been pretty good up to the semifinals, and then obviously the Best of 7 was a lot of fun. So we've seen some really great games come out of it as a result, whereas, you know, if it was a Best of 3, then, you know, people would get 2-0'd and it'd be over really quickly. But we've seen some great games so far here today, and I'm expecting some even more epic action here coming out from both of these players. Maze and Shocktreatment, both very, very strong Tib Wars players, and have played extremely well in the tournament so far today. And it's looking like it's going to be pretty standard eco play here coming out from both players, whereas Maze did open up with a decent number of squads, rather militant squads, to capture this Tiberium spike on the right-hand side of the map. And that's a bit risky. I mean, he sent them over to the right side, knowing that Shocktreatment is going to eventually expand up there and capture the Tiberium spike for himself, most likely. So it is a little bit more of a risky venture to send him off that direction. Obviously, it would be much safer to send him off to the left-hand side, but he did send a Raider buggy over here to defend that, just to make sure that Shocktreatment won't be sending out any engineers for himself to grab that. But Shocktreatment does not seem to be phased at all by Maze's early game here. He's just completely unscouted, and he's just going straight up eco play here, and it looks like he's confident that Maze isn't going to be doing anything kind of cheeky here, just going for standard eco as well. And we do have an engineer going to be coming out from Maze, going to be looking to secure that Tiberium spike here down on the left-hand side. So Maze going to be being given free reign of the map early game. He has complete control over the map, has complete control over vision so far, and I don't know if there's any buzzers that are kind of sneaking around on the map. Honestly, it's a little bit difficult to see with the pink color on the mini-map, especially on this map. But I don't see anything just yet. We do have a buzzer on the far right-hand side of the map here for Shocktreatment. He's going to be sneaking around on the far right-hand side, maybe going to be looking to go in for a scout here. But yeah, Shocktreatment, he has no idea what's coming his way at this point. And Maze, he's just got a bike and a buggy here, just coming out, just trying to poke in, see if there's any engineers floating around here for Shocktreatment. Going to be looking to grab some Tiberium spikes, but that's not going to be the case. Shocktreatment going very, very heavy under the eco play so far. He does have a number of Seeker tanks out here at this point, just going to be trying to hold off against the bike buggy. He likely knows that's what he's going to be facing up against. And even against Scorpion tank spam, he could potentially hold the lines. What in the heck is that extractor placement, though? Very, very strange. And whoa, actually that harvester is docking from the side. That's interesting. I don't know if that was a calculated positioning of that extractor, but all the same, we do see Shocktreatment. He's starting to reclaim some of this map for himself. He'll be clearing out all these scouts here, and he should be able to clean up the majority of these structures with these Seeker tanks. And it's going to be up to Maze to try to defend his vision advantage here. And it looks like he's going to be responding to this with some infantry as well as some Scorpion tanks. He does see that Shocktreatment is kind of spamming out Seeker tanks. So infantry, not a bad idea, but it does not give him a lot of mobility on the map. So it's going to be up to Maze to put those guys to good use. Huge number of Seeker tanks here for Shocktreatment. And it's looking like he's trying to jockey for position here to grab that Tiberium spike. Oh, it is going to be extremely risky, though. I don't think that assimilator is going to make it. No, that assimilator will be going down, so Shocktreatment kind of squandering that a little bit. Maybe underestimated Maze's force here, as really it wouldn't take a whole lot to actually kill that off. One militant squad probably could have survived all the barrages from those Seeker tanks. But man, Shocktreatment's invested extremely heavily in these Seeker tanks. And I have to imagine that he's going to be going for some upgrades here in the near future. He does have the foundry as well, so he's going really heavy on the production of structures. So Tech Assembler is down. It doesn't appear as though anything's actually being researched off of it, at least not for the time being. The power is down for Shocktreatment. Again, Shocktreatment is just playing really reactionary at this point. I mean, he has no vision on the map. We do see something going on here. It looks like something was killed off here. Not quite sure what it was. And we do have radar jamming missile coming in from Maze. And Maze, he's going to be coming in with 2 flame tanks here. It looks like he could be killing off this drone platform. It looks like he's going to at least get some damage on it, force the cancel of the structure, whatever's being queued. Yeah, that's going to be annoying. So Shocktreatment, he will be able to get away with the drone ship. Oh, yes, he will. And actually, it looks like Maze should be able to escape with at least one of the flame tanks, if not both. I don't know if that tripod will actually be able to chase him down. Looks like he will be. He's certainly going to be giving chase, that's for sure. And there's more and more damage being dished out on the front lines here. We do have a Annihilator tripod transition here coming out from Shocktreatment. And obviously, they're going to fare quite well against these Scorpion tanks, even with full upgrades. Going to be looking very good, but one click's coming in from Maze. And where are they going to be hitting? Looks like they did manage to take out the base creep here from Shocktreatment. That's going to be really annoying. I don't know if Shocktreatment managed to get the sell-off on a lot of those structures before that was actually destroyed, but it did go down. So Shocktreatment's base creep out to the next expansion is being staved off a little bit, and we do see the tier 3 upgrades of the laser capacitors, as well as the dozer blades coming out for Maze at this point. He's going to be able to overwhelm the Seeker Tank army, no problem. He managed to get a nice surround there, just moves straight into the force. He's going to be able to clean up all these guys. Doesn't want to overcommit. Honestly, he doesn't want to, I think, overcommit into this tripod. Does get a nice phase field off there, so Shock Treatment will be keeping these guys alive. Now he needs to pull these tanks back, otherwise he's going to be trading very unnecessarily against a phased tripod, and now more tripods are going to be joining the battle here, going to be trying to cut off these Scorpion tanks. So I think Maze has maybe overstayed his welcome here a little bit. Now he's going to be forced to get chased away here by a number of tripods, and man, the tripod spam is real coming out from Shock Treatment. He is going to be forcing more and more of these Scorpion tanks to be destroyed. A couple more being microed improperly, being left behind, and the tripods will get some free kills there. That's very unfortunate. So Maze, he's transitioned into avatars. They are streaming across the map, going to be trying to retaliate against this avatar spam, but, I'm sorry, not avatars, but tripods. And the Scorpion Tank army is just being absolutely obliterated. I mean, Maze, he did a great job of coming in and destroying that army from Shock Treatment, but I think he was just overcommitted to destroying the entire army, and maybe squandered a few more forces than he really should have. Those Scorpion Tanks will fall back. Looks like actually there's a decent number of refineries here from Shock Treatment, or rather from Maze at this point. He's going to be getting a lot of economy off of these fields. He desperately needs to get some economy established on this field. Actually, it looks like he already has done so. I didn't even see this. So he has moved his MCV down south. He does have 2 refineries on this field already, but oh, we got Seeker Tanks coming in here from Shock Treatment, going for maybe taking a page out of Master Leaf's book, going for the split push attacks with these Seeker Tanks, or maybe it was vice versa, as we know that Shock Treatment does obviously play quite a bit of Tiberium Wars. So we'll have to see. It's going to be Rocket Squads trying to hold the line against these forces. Seeker Tanks being forced to face off against these stealth tanks, and obviously stealth tanks not the greatest counter to Seeker Tanks because they're definitely not going to trade cost effectively. Wow, it's doing a great job of managing to clean up these guys though, and that one stealth tank will take on all 4 of those Seeker Tanks, no problem. A little bit unfortunate there for Shock Treatment, but it doesn't seem as though he is too phased by it. Haha, get it? The pun? The phase? Anyways, we do have 6 tripods here for Shock Treatment, and more than likely more on the way. And looks like it's going to be Shock Troopers, and he does have the Stasis Chamber, so he can go for upgrades as well. I can't remember if the Shock Trooper upgrades are from the Stasis Chamber or if they're from the Tier 3 in Tiberium Wars, but nonetheless, he does have the tech to do it. And nice Stasis Chamber coming down from Shock Treatment, going to be locking down a huge number of those forces, and will be giving him an opportunity to kind of eliminate the force multiplier here that Maze has. So Maze, he's pulling back with his infantry. He really shouldn't be. I think he needs to defend this force, because that's a decent amount of hardware right there that's pretty expensive. And if he loses all of these the avatars on the front lines, he's going to be losing a lot of money. And actually, wow, Shock Treatment chose to fall back there, content with just these Shock Troopers holding the lines. I mean, the Shock Troopers are good, but I mean, they're not going to be able to do all that much. Minefield coming down, going to be killing off a couple of these Shock Trooper squads, but now Maze is actually able to push in. He's got a huge force here. Man, that's actually a decent-sized force. Tripods are going to try to march forward. I don't think that he has phase field available at this point in time, and he's being absolutely smashed in the mouth here as expansion. Shock Treatment calling in the GG, and Maze is going to be taking a game number 1. So very powerful game here coming out from Maze early on, and he just dominated early game map control and was just kind of able to dictate whatever transition he wanted to make. But I think Shock Treatment just read his mind as to what he was going to do. You know, went for the Scorpion Tank spam, so he spammed avatars, or I'm sorry, not avatars, but tripods, and the tripods just absolutely wrecked the Scorpion Tanks. But then Maze was just able to snowball out of control with the avatars, maybe missing an opportunity to kill off that force that was stasis shielded. He pulled all of his avatars back. I think they were maybe trying to deal with the stealth tanks. I know we saw stealth tanks out on the field. I think I may have just missed those guys. I was so focused on that battle. But nonetheless, that's going to be taking us into game number 2. It's going to be Maze up 1-0 so far. So map choice will be going to Shock Treatment. It's looking like it will be Barstow Badlands, so this should be an interesting game. No, I'm sorry. It will be Tournament Tower. My mistake. Alright everybody, and that takes us to game number 2, and we are on the map Tournament Tower, and spawning in the upper left hand corner as the pink nod, we have Shocktreatment. And down in the bottom right hand corner, coming off of a victory in the last game, we have the cyan nod, Maze. So he is up 1-0, I think I have the scoreboard right, yep, that looks right. And so 1-0, it's going to be Nod v Nod on Tournament Tower, so again, going to be likely seeing some pretty intense mid-game fights at this platform area, likely in this area or in this area, depending on who chooses to engage first. But yeah, it should be interesting. We're going to be seeing both of these guys looking to secure their Tiberium spikes. Pretty standard schmandered play here. Going to be going with a number of militant squads to defend their engineers there. So very wise decision. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Maze chose Nod, but I don't know that Shocktreatment chose Nod. He may have just gone with random and ended up with Nod, but regardless, it is going to be a Nod mirror on this map once again, and we've seen Maze play pretty well in these situations. He's usually the aggressor, usually ends up bringing the fight to the enemy in their Tiberium field, but it's looking like Shocktreatment has managed to get his refinery down on his expansion much faster than that of Maze. As we can see, there's still no refinery just yet. I don't know if Maze is maybe going for some tech first. It doesn't appear as though that's the case, and whatever it is that he's producing is actually quite a ways off from being finished. So this is very interesting. I don't know why he's so far behind in comparison. This is really strange. Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. So he dropped both of his refineries on his main field first, whereas Shocktreatment went and crawled up to this base straight away. Got one refinery up here and one refinery on his main, and then Shocktreatment just dropped his second refinery on his main. So not a difference in terms of speed here. Maze does get his second refinery out on his expansion a little bit quicker than Shocktreatment by the looks of it. I'm not sure. It looks like that's probably going to be another refinery, yeah. These guys going for pretty much mirror builds, just a little bit different in terms of where they choose to place their refineries, at least to start off with. There's a militant squad here down for Shocktreatment down in the south, so he does have eyes on what's going on down there. And obviously he does have a squad garrisoned up here as well. So he's got pretty good eyes on the map. He does not have the center tower. It looks like Maze did manage to secure that. So that's usually an early game dash for the tower, whoever can grab that. And Maze actually grabbing some eyes on this expansion of Shocktreatment. He can see what he's up to. You can see that, likely sees that War Factory was dropped down. So he knows exactly what he needs to do here. And it's going to be up to Maze to choose whether or not he wants to engage first. That's what we've seen him do in the past. And then he just brings the fight into his enemy's base for the entire game. He did opt to go for a little bit of bike buggy here early on, so maybe going to be looking to go for a little bit of harass, maybe force Shocktreatment out of position, and then move into the Tiberium field while those Scorpion tanks are responding to the bike buggy. But Shocktreatment, he's got a decent number of Scorpion tanks here out on the front lines. He also has a Hand of Nod, which appears to be ready to produce something in the near future. More than likely will be a Black Hand squad to clear out that center structure. But oh, it could be stopped. Nope, that Black Hand squad will make it out. The Scorpion tanks could potentially crush them, I believe, but they're going to be forced to fall back here. But now it's going to be up to Shocktreatment to try to put those Black Hand squad, or rather that single Black Hand squad, to good use. And ooh, actually, it looks like the Scorpion tanks down in the south have managed to clean up the bike buggy, or at least stave it off. I'm not quite sure where that bike buggy ended up. But yeah, as expected, we're going to be seeing Scorpion tank battles here in the middle of the map. Maze does still have control of this GDI logistics center, but that will be cleaned out now by Shocktreatment. Oh no, actually de-garrisons and re-garrisons over and over. It looks like it will be going to the hands of Shocktreatment, and having a Black Hand squad into that structure is very, very difficult to deal with. And now it's going to be Shocktreatment choosing to go on the offensive here. Avatar is coming out on the front lines, but not going to be the greatest time for that to come out. He will be able to pop these guys off from long distance, but he needs to make sure to keep them alive. He does want to keep them firing as well. Minefield coming down from Shocktreatment. That's going to be a really nice minefield placement as well, as he knows that these damaged tanks are going to be forcing to pull back behind the lines here. Obelisk being dropped on the front lines as well. That Black Hand squad probably could range this. I'm kind of surprised he's not. And Rocket Squad's pushing forward, going to be able to destroy that Obelisk, no problem. Scorpion tanks here forcing Maze out of position as they're rallying down to the south. But Dozer Blades are already done for Maze, whereas they are not done for Shocktreatment. And not quite sure what he's been producing in the meantime. It looks like he went for that airfield to get that minefield drop very quickly. And now he has his tech lab now. So Dozer Blade's quite a long way off. And Maze could easily turn this fight around and put the pressure onto Shocktreatment. It looks like he has already done that. Oh my god, did he go for tier 4? Wait a second. Oh, the tier 3 is being focused down here by Shocktreatment. It looks like it will be defended by an Obelisk. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to actually defend that. Did he go for some tier 4 1-clicks? Because all of the infrastructure here from Shocktreatment is gone. Really baffled by what happened here. Yeah, there had to have been 1-clicks because both refineries are gone on this field, and the War Factory is gone as well. So I'm thinking Maze must have gone for some 1-clicks here, and he's looking really good now. I mean, he was pressured pretty quickly by Shocktreatment, but he doesn't seem to be too worried about it as he's going to continue to push forward. He should be able to kill that Avatar. Avatar's not even going to get a shot off by the looks of it. Honestly, Shocktreatment, he's trying to keep it alive, but should just turn around and at least fire a shot, do something. He will actually keep that alive, kind of surprising. I was not expecting that to actually survive, but the War Factory will be destroyed just before that next unit can come out. Returning the favor here, A is going to be dropping down a minefield, but that will be destroyed here as the infantry are able to spot them. So not being put to terribly good use. GG coming in from Shocktreatment, and May's going to be going up 2-0 in this best-of-9 series. I have to admit right now, this series is going very much differently than I was expecting. I was really expecting Shocktreatment to come out and put a lot more pressure on Maze, but Maze is just doing a very nice job of shutting down Shocktreatment early on, and then continuing to press that advantage. So, despite being pushed back into his base there by that nice attack force from Shocktreatment, Maze came through victorious in that last game, and it's going to be up 2-0 in this best-of-9 series, so he does need to win 5 games to close it out, so it's definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination, but it definitely puts Maze in a nice position, poised to win the tournament, so we'll have to see if he can manage to continue this winning streak over the next game. Game number 3 going to be coming up momentarily, everybody. I hope you guys are all having fun. Be sure to stick around. We're going to be heading into that game momentarily. Alright everybody, and that brings us to game number 3 of this best-of-9 final series, and that brings us to the map Barstow Badlands, and spawning on the left-hand side as the Cyan GDI, we have Maze. On the right-hand side as the purple, or rather pink Scrin, we have Shocktreatment. So let me just take a second to get my scoreboard squared away here. Sorry everybody. Every time these guys swap sides on me, it makes it a little bit difficult, but that's okay, we'll power through it. And let's see, Badlands. Okay, and the score is 2-0 to Maze at the moment, so looking very good so far. Maze going to be in a pretty good position here to potentially take the tournament if he continues his winning streak. But Shocktreatment going to be continuing to press that advantage that Scrin have on this map, and he's going to secure himself that center Tiberium spike. Maze probably not too phased by it. He did lose the Tiberium spike to Shoctrepet in the last game that we saw on this map, but he does not seem to be all that overly concerned with it. This time we do not actually see a disintegrator coming out to actually kill off this bridge, so it looks like Maze should be able to get an APC engineer out there to kill off all of those remaining buzzer squads and potentially secure himself the Tiberium spike back from the hands of Shocktreatment. And he will need to be careful. He needs to kill off these squads that are just kind of hovering around. And once he finally does send that engineer out, he should be able to grab that Tiberium spike no problem as he does that now. We do have a scout from Maze up in the north going to be trying to get eyes on the base of Shocktreatment. We do have, actually Shocktreatment missing an opportunity there maybe to kill off that rifleman squad, but not too much to be worried about. And let's take a look into the base of Maze. What's he up to in the meantime? He does still have his barracks, and actually he's sending his MCV. Oh, okay, he's doing the same thing as he did last game, sending his MCV towards the bridge here, and then he will just deploy his structures down in that low area there. And that barracks being kept around. Maybe going to be seeing some APC engineers in the near future. Maybe already seeing some APC engineers out on the map. I'm not quite sure. But that squad will get picked off there by the forces of Shocktreatment. Shocktreatment does have a couple of these secret tanks out on the map, and going to be able to clean up that APC. Oh no, Shocktreatment's going to let that APC actually get into his base. A little bit unfortunate. He doesn't want to just miss out on opportunities to kill those guys off. Oh my god. Okay, so there is an assimilator here out from Shocktreatment, and that APC could have definitely killed that off. And wow, actually really nice moves here from Shocktreatment to keep that assimilator alive. It's looking like he's going to be able to grab that Tiberium strike no problem. I don't think that Maze actually has build radius up here. He does! He's got build radius. He gets the watchtower. And will he get the kill on that? Oh my god, he doesn't get the kill. That was really close. If that power had been online when he did that, though, he probably would have been fine. The lightning spike being dropped here by Shocktreatment in this expansion going to be putting some pain on these harvesters, but the Predator tanks with their damage output will more than likely destroy this very quickly and eliminate it as a threat altogether. And the remaining Seeker tanks will likely get chased down here by the Scorpion, or rather the Predator tanks. Looks like a couple more APC engineers here out on the map for Maze. Just one APC engineer at the moment. Doesn't look like the second one is going to actually be an APC engineer. That's always the risk that you run when you're up against APC engineers. Is one could be a distraction, and then the second one could be an actual APC engineer. So it's going to be tier 2 for Shocktreatment. He does have some Devourer tanks out on the field, and he's going to be charging those guys up straight away. Very wise decision. Obviously, you want to keep those charged up. Could be selling off one of these refineries. Obviously, he's cleaned up all of the Tiberium here at this field, and should be sending out some harvesters down here. But now his harvesters are under some pressure here. Going to be just whipping around here, just trying to get a different angle. And yeah, the Devourer tanks, very strong, but Predator tanks very tanky as well. And they should be able to take quite a few shots from these Devourer tanks, even though they are superior. Sorry for the quick whip around there. But where did that APC engineer end up? I don't know where the APC engineer ended up. Maybe it got killed off. I did miss it. I apologize, everybody. But, oh, actually, wow. Shocktreatment has managed to sneak a buzzer all the way into the far bunker here, right next to the construction yard. So he's got pretty good eyes on this base as well. Actually, it looks like there's a couple of orcas out on the field, so quick airfield here from Maze, or rather not quick, but transitioning into an airfield. And against Devourer tanks, that's a pretty strong transition. And man, Shocktreatment is getting pushed back once again. The tier 1 spam here from Maze is going to be enough, I think, to destroy these forces, and then the continual bombardments from those orcas should actually kill off the remainder of these Devourer tanks, or at least give them an opportunity to kill off some of these harvesters. Actually trying to shoot down the plasma missile battery, definitely not a good use of the Orca rockets, but all the same, Shocktreatment will be holding on there. He will be able to continue to push out some more of these Devourer tanks on the front lines. Excuse me there, had to mute my mic, but yeah, it's just going to be Maze continuing to mine away here, pretty much uncontested here down in the south. He's dropping more refineries, and he's actually transitioning into juggernauts. So very, very interesting building placements here from Maze. Obviously, this was very calculated, whereas Shocktreatment gone for the more standard play, where it kind of creeps over into this area and then deploys in the more open sections of the map. Sonic emitters being dropped, though, in the Tiberium fields. That's going to be really annoying for Shocktreatment to deal with. He looks like he could get a kill on that harvester. It looks like he's going to miss that opportunity, though. And these charged up Devourer tanks are going to get an opportunity to get some free shots on this infrastructure. It looks like they will be dropping that tech center, as it is caught kind of out and undefended. And yeah, that will be going down very quickly. We do have an Orca strike coming in. We'll manage to get some hits on these Devourer tanks. 2 Devourer tanks. Actually, no, only 1 Devourer tank taking some damage. These Orcas are going to be trying to rearm themselves and then get up in the air so that they can actually take down some Devourer tanks. And I don't think they'll have enough bombs to actually take them all out. And, well, they shouldn't be landing there. 2 of them actually went for the instant land and were lost to those Devourer tanks, destroying them. And now we can see the Juggernauts hiding under the bridge here. Just going to be chilling out, raining fire on his enemies. And he's going to be able to destroy these refineries pretty quickly. Focusing down the Annihilator tripods before they're in range, that's a wise decision. There is a Sonic emitter here as well, so Shocktreatment needs to be a little bit careful. We'll kind of reposition the map here. And then we do have Devastator warships out as well, so Shocktreatment going for the air transition. Obviously, that is his form of artillery, so that's what he needs to have out on the field to counter these Juggernauts. Obviously, to counter a base push, that's going to be a strong idea as well. And obviously, he doesn't want to overextend these tripods to attack those Juggernauts. But we do have infantry pushing in as well. That's going to be staved off here by Shocktreatment. There is a mastermind out on the field. We could potentially be seeing some mine captures, or rather mine controls Oh, actually taking some damage from the Juggernauts, not too much though. That refinery is or rather extractor is being focused down pretty quickly though. Looks like maybe one more shot will be taking it out, and actually no, the Juggernauts will pull back. One does go down from the shots from the Devastator warship, but that last shot will not actually connect. Sonic emitter firing on the harvesters here, and not doing a whole lot of damage. The Devastator warship will likely just take that out over time. And just some more Predator tanks continuing to stream forward. That does actually get mind controlled by the Prodigy, or rather the Mastermind, and it's going to be poking into the base of Maze here. But Maze, he's just continuing to go for more of these Juggernauts. Obviously, Juggernauts very, very strong units, and pretty good against this this massive base that Shocktreatment has built for himself. And Shocktreatment, he's holding on pretty well. He's focusing down the Tiberium spike now with the Devastator warships. Now the Devastator warships will be given pretty much free reign over this force here to actually destroy pretty much everything here. And I'm going to reposition the camera back around. It looks like this may be the best view moving forward, and we do see the Juggernauts actually pulling back underneath the bridge. They're going to try to hide from these Devastator warships, but as we can see, the Devastator warships are going to focus down these bridges. Firehawks out on the field, not going to be enough to actually destroy the Devastator warships. Oh, one does go down. And likely going to be seeing a second one going down once those Firehawks can rearm. And, oh, actually, it looks like the MCV did go down. So, Maze is without an MCV. I'm going to whip things back around because it looks like it's attacking on the other side of the map. And we do have the Annihilator tripods attacking here. Looks like they were trying to poke in and kill off some harvesters, but they're going to cut and run before they take too many losses. And looks like the Juggernauts are actually firing up through the terrain here at this this harvester. So a little bit of weird visual glitches here on how things are attacking one another, but all the same, we do have the Mastermind. It looks like maybe it's going out on a crazy run to capture this this airfield. Oh my God, he could capture that airfield and manage to lock down all those Firehawks. Does sell off the refinery as well as the power plant, but still does not get the kill on that Mastermind. And he does manage to capture the MCV. He's going to use it to crush that Rifleman squad. Firehawks being forced to bomb their own MCV. He's going to deploy the MCV now. Oh, how is that actually still in his control? Wait a second. Wait a second. So the Mastermind is gone. Yeah, I'm a little bit lost as to how that happened. I think it was because it was a packed up MCV that when he redeployed it, that it was considered structure, so it was just considered to be in his favor. Regardless, that was really bizarre, but he managed to get a lightning, oh my God, that's like the 5th time I've done that. A storm column down to attack that tech center from Maze. Now Maze, I mean, he's got his MCV back up and running, but he's in a tough spot. He's got a war factory here. He does have some Juggernauts. Does not have anywhere to land these Firehawks, and it's looking like one Firehawk will burn up just due to the fact that it doesn't have an airfield. And I don't think he has Tier 2 to actually rebuild it, so those Firehawks, unfortunately, are just going to be lost. Could potentially just use the Firehawks to scout right now before they actually burn up. Looks like he will actually choose to do that. No, actually he's going to keep it around. Nope, actually he's going to use it for a scout. That's a good decision. But the harvesters here from Maze, taking a huge long route all the way around, going to be grabbing all this Tiberium from that destroyed tip spike. But now these Juggernauts, a bit out of position, could have been destroyed by these tripods, but it doesn't look like the tripods want to actually engage into that. Mastermind is still kind of kicking around. It is still the same Mastermind because it looks like it's pretty heavily damaged. It doesn't appear as though Shocktreatment's too focused on repairing that at the moment. It has been very, very cost effective. It does teleport in a tripod, and now that tripod can go in for a flank and destroy the remaining structures up here. Just clean up 2 upgraded power plants as well as that harvester that's just kind of hanging out. That would not be a bad idea at all. And now this is going to give Shocktreatment an opportunity to actually come up here and grab some of those that Tiberium for himself. And the Tiberium's kind of waning in its existence here. He still has a decent amount that he could capitalize on, but wow, railgun mammoth tanks. Wouldn't have expected that, but going to be very, very powerful units, and against Scrin factions is very, very difficult to deal with. So I'll be interested to see how Shocktreatment chooses to pull this one out. He is very strapped for cash at the moment. Needs to do something to get his economy on par with that of Maze. So despite having, very good Mastermind control here and making it, work very well, he hasn't been able to inflict quite enough damage to actually knock Maze out of this game. And with those railgun mammoth tanks, it's very, very dangerous hardware out on the map for Maze. But there's 6 tripods out on the map here for Shocktreatment at the moment. They're going to be coming in for an attack on this base, and it's pretty much undefended. I mean, the Juggernauts may be able to get into position to actually attack this force, but I think he's going to lose a refinery as well as a couple of harvesters here for the cost. So Shocktreatment, he's just playing the war of attrition at this point. He's just trying to poke forward, do some damage, fall back, and not willing to overcommit. And we do have sniper teams out on the field, likely to try to counter that mastermind. I'm not sure where that mastermind ended up. I know it was up in this area before. I don't know if they've actually managed to kill that off. Actually, it looks like one sniper team was killed off. Not quite sure what that was killed by. But yeah, this game's kind of slowed down a little bit. It looks like these guys are not ready to commit to one side or the other, because they're worried that they're going to be overwhelmed. But 6 Tripod's a pretty scary looking force. Honestly, Maze, he could potentially go for some tier 4 one-clicks, go for the EMP shockwave artillery, and that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Harvester's bugging out a little bit there. This harvester, actually a couple harvesters appear as though they've been pulled off the line, not really doing anything at all. And Maze, I'm not sure if he's just moving his MCV at this point to try to get it out of the weird pathing that these harvesters are suffering from. But yeah, both of these guys just kind of camping this one out. Shocktreatment not willing to push in, and he's just going to chill here with this force. He has 6, 7 tripods at this point. More than likely some more on the way, because they are a very difficult force to deal with. But he's been kind of given free control of the map at this point. Maze has been contained down to the bottom portion of the map, and each time he moves out, he gets punished on the other side that he's not on. So I think he's weary of that, but honestly, one of these guys needs to put some pressure on somewhere. Looks like a couple of railgun Predator tanks going to be moving in here. Or Maze going to be looking to put some damage on that extractor. The Mastermind going to be going for mind control on one of these Predator tanks, maybe? Maybe not? Guess not. Okay, that was interesting. So a decent number of infantry out on the field here. Actually, we have mutant marauders. We've never expected to see those being used in a tournament, but mutant marauders being pumped out nonetheless. Looks like the one on the right hand side, the mutant hovel on the right hand side, has been captured by Maze. Interesting move. I don't know that that's necessarily the units that he really wants. They're not going to be terribly effective against these Annihilator tripods. They're too heavily armored. And I think, honestly, the longer that this goes on, this is going to look worse and worse for Maze, because, I mean, Shocktreatment is just getting up to that death ball of Annihilator tripods, and he's keeping that stasis chamber around, and he's just going to lock down, you know, a decent amount of these forces here with the stasis shield, and then just destroy whatever he wants as soon as he gets an opportunity to. So, like, he could stasis chamber this, and then kill off this entire force here, and then, you know, he's put the fight definitely in his favor. A couple of Devastator warships out on the field, yeah, so this is looking a little bit tighter here for Maze. I think he's overestimated, you know, the ability of Shocktreatment to really put on the pressure, and should have been punishing him when he was only down to a couple of tripods. But it's tough. It's tough to say, because, I mean, he doesn't have vision on this. He can't really see. The Devastator warship's doing lots of damage to those infantry that have strayed out of position. Another Predator tank just kind of dealing with a reverse move bug, gonna be killed off there. Oh, actually, Juggernauts... Whoa, that was a weird animation glitch. Juggernauts firing with the sniper support here. Not sure what they're attacking, though. I'm not quite sure what they were destroying. It looks like that extractor is pretty heavily damaged, but maybe the sniper team was killed off. I'm not quite sure. Sniper teams with the bombard feature from the Juggernauts are actually quite strong, and can really catch somebody out of position, especially in situations like this where it's just a kind of a stalemate. Devastator warship's going to be taking some damage from these rocket squads, but going to be falling back, doing some damage in area of effect damage to these forces. And it's looking like Maze is trying to mass up on the right-hand side to poke in and do some serious damage, but he's taking a lot of poke here from Shocktreatment. Shocktreatment finally calls in the stasis chamber. It's going to give him an opportunity to move into position with these Annihilator tripods, and I think that's exactly what he was waiting for. He was just waiting for an opportunity to allow Maze to move himself out of position, get himself caught in the stasis chamber, and then allow these tripods to get in close and personal, where they're going to be extremely effective. And he's actually going to choose to use this opportunity to maybe just steamroll the base here. No, he's going to turn on these forces. Wise decision. Just kill off any attempt to destroy these guys. And sniper teams being used to try to kill off tripods. So yeah, that was a very bad engagement there for Maze, calling the GG, and that's going to be it. Shocktreatment taking game number 3 and bringing himself back into this tournament. So kind of expected that coming out from Shocktreatment. I could kind of read his mind as to what he was looking to do. I mean, he was playing extremely defensive, and he knows that Maze is eventually going to push forward, just realizing that he can't just sit there and wait all game. And then you just use that support power from the stasis chamber, locks down all those units, and I don't know, maybe that was counterable with the tier 4 shockwave artillery coming out from Maze, but honestly it's a really heavy investment, and it's a very dangerous prospect, especially with a mastermind out on the field. So I think that was just a really tough situation for Maze. He did the best that he could, and unfortunately got caught out, and Shocktreatment capitalized on it. So Shocktreatment will be bringing himself back into this series. He's down 2-1 at this point. Maze up 2-1. Yeah, it's looking interesting. Shocktreatment's definitely not out of this tournament whatsoever, and I think Maze is now feeling the sting that could be the comeback here from Shocktreatment. Alright, everybody, and welcome to game number... what number is it? 4? I think it's game number 4. Sorry, everybody, I think it's game number 4. I apologize, a little bit of a brain fart, but we are on the map. Pipeline problems, and spawning down on the bottom as the Cyan Nod, we have Maze. And coming off of his first victory in this series so far, going to be taking the series to 1-2 in not his favor. As the Inks GDI, we have Shocktreatment. And it's going to be early game, very, very early game Shadow Teams here for Shocktreatment. And maybe going to be seeing a little bit of cheese out of him. Let me get the scoreboard up and running. I apologize. That's why I'm a little bit scatterbrained. I'm trying to get the scoreboard done while talking, and it's not working. So, there. So it is 2-1 in favor of Maze at this point. At least I believe that's the score. If I'm wrong, guys, I apologize. It's been an interesting morning, and my brain's not functioning as well as it should be today. But nonetheless, Maze is definitely ahead in the score. I'm not exactly sure about the exact numbers, but we're going to be seeing Shadow Teams not willing to reveal themselves here to that Militant squad, and it's looking like they're going to be looking to go for maybe a power plant or even a crane here coming out from Maze. But Shocktreatment, he managed to grab one of the defensive towers. This is really interesting, and the reason for that is you don't actually see a lot of aggression down in this area where you'd really see this tower come into effect. So that's kind of a heavy, investment for not a huge return probability. Whereas if he had gone and captured the EMP spike, I think it would have been maybe a little bit better use of that engineer. But who knows? Maybe if he caps off an attack bike, or maybe even a attack bike and a raider buggy, then it pays for itself and gives him a little bit of vision on the map. So we'll have to see. And Maze just walking around with some squads here. Not terribly surprising. These guys are just scouting one another. And Shocktreatment, he does have his Tiberium spike, whereas Maze does not yet have his. More than likely, we'll drop tier 2 or something up here, and then go for his barracks up there on the upper portion of that platform. So crane here coming out from Shocktreatment, pretty standard on this map. Obviously, you have quite a bit of additional eco, and the Shadow Teams will escape. It looks like the bike buggy are not going to continue to chase them in the correct direction. They are going to chase them now. They're not going to get cornered over in this section here. They could have been a little bit cheeky and just come up here and then like flown over the ridge. But then he risks, being caught out by an additional bike buggy that's coming out of that war factory. So probably the wise decision to sneak away up to the north. And yeah, that bike buggy is still going to try to chase them down, but Shocktreatment is just being really annoying, pulling these guys off in a bunch of different directions. So the defensive tower has been spotted here by Maze. He's going to get shot up. This Militant squad taking quite a bit of damage, but honestly, one Militant squad not hugely concerning. There is a... oh, actually, nope. It's going to be Maze selling up one of the refineries as well as the shredder turret there. But now we're going to be seeing these guys kind of facing off in the base of Shocktreatment, and Shocktreatment trying to go for that patented Tib Wars base creep. And he's going to be using the tier 2 to actually push forward here. So tier 2 is kind of in a risky spot, but as long as he continues to push forward, then he'll be fine. That refinery could have been placed more out here, to be honest. It would have given him a shorter distance to actually have to push forward, but maybe he was thinking that he was going to be pressured here by the forces of Maze, and he would be right in that situation as the Scorpion tanks do come forward. He will get constant crushes on any Militant squads that come out of this Hand of Nod, but it could be Fanatic squads, which are going to be exactly what are coming out right now for Shocktreatment. He needs to be careful not to stick around too long. Obviously, those Fanatics are very, very strong against groups of tanks or even just single tanks. They do lots and lots of damage. And wow, actually trading extremely cost-effective there. So Fanatic's extremely powerful against Scorpion tank spam. But Maze, he has deployed his crane up in this area here. And he does have his tier 2 as well. I don't know what his production looks like in comparison. Let's see, he's got 2 war factories here and a crane. What does Shocktreatment have in the meantime? Shocktreatment's got 2 war factories. I don't know if he has an additional war factory anywhere, but let's see what's going on. We did see a battle here, just a small skirmish here between Scorpion tanks and infantry / Scorpion tanks from Shocktreatment. But we're just seeing some forces being pulled here back by Maze. Oh, actually, Shocktreatment Going for a bit of a tech snipe slash power snipe with the attack bikes. Didn't actually decide to kill off the harvester on the blue Tiberium. That's interesting that he would choose to go for some structures as opposed to those units. I don't know if he managed to kill the tier 3. I don't think there was a tier 3 down there, no. So the tier 3 is up here. That is in a pretty defensible location here for Maze. But this battle is raging pretty hard in the middle, and it's going to be up to Maze to really hold the line here. He needs to drop an obelisk to try to hold this off. Oh, the Tib Catalyst missile coming in from Shock Treatment. So I'm taking a page out of Maze's book here today, as he's been very potent with the one-clicks, and Shock Treatment going to be repaying the favor to him. Taking out both of those refineries, and that's going to put him quite a bit behind in terms of economy. We'll have to see. Oh, Maze returning the favor directly onto Shock Treatment. I wasn't even expecting that. I didn't even hear the sound. My audio levels are not exactly balanced here today, as I'm sure you guys can tell. But yeah, these guys have damaged each other's economy, just kind of traded catalyst missiles. But it's going to be avatars here for Shock Treatment, and avatars coming out for Maze as well. He only has that single avatar out on the field right now, but another one going to be joining the battle as well. He needs to pull this one back. He doesn't want to be taking too much poke here. I think he's overextended a little bit, but he's going to get out of there and survive nonetheless. And we do have bikes coming out from Maze, so it's looking like he's going to try to take and return the favor to Shock Treatment, what he just received a few minutes ago, and he's going to counter attack with those attack bikes in the base of Shock Treatment. So actually Shock Treatment pushing forward, actually taking quite a bit of damage onto that one avatar, but Maze, I think, sticking around a little bit too long. He's going to be taking return fire from these avatars. Oh, actually, the bikes look like they were coming in to do some damage. I don't know what they quite hit, though. And then the attack bikes are actually up here in the north. I'm not quite sure what they're firing on. It looks like there is an avatar here to contend against them. And they could be killing off some harvesters. Those avatars will take quite a long time to actually get in range. But they do have quite significant range bonus, or rather range advantage over those attack bikes. So they should be able to cap them off pretty quick. So Shock Treatment, once again, just kind of massing up, just seems to be content with holding the line, and that's not a terrible position to be in. We do have a Black Hand squad here, not quite sure what that's from, most likely a sold off tier 2. It's typically what you see those guys coming out from. And Rocket Squad's going to be coming forward. We do see avatars. Maze is reinforced here by some Scorpion tanks that he created earlier on. He does have Dozer Blades, so they're going to be able to tank quite a bit of damage, and I think Shock Treatment, realizing he was just simply outclassed in this fight, he's going to choose to fall back here and regroup with the remainder of his forces. And we do see more avatars coming forward here for Shock Treatment, so he's going to be able to get a little bit more units here out on the front lines. We should be seeing Maze grabbing these 2 avatar husks back. Yeah, he's going to do that now. He does have 2 hands of Nod here. Going to be able to pump out some more infantry, as well as get some engineers out to grab those Tiberium, or rather the avatar husks. And now it's going to be Maze going on the offensive here. We do see the avatars. They are managing to do quite a bit of damage from the back lines, but it's getting really messy here. The rocket squads from both sides managing to get pretty much free shots on one another. Shock Treatment managing to get down the Shredder turret, going to be able to clean up a decent number of those rocket squads, but they are continuing to push forward. Shock Treatment is being pressured back into his base. His avatars are being forced to pull back, and when they are moving, they cannot fire, so that's not very good. These avatars from Maze are just likely on an attack move forward, so as they destroy things, they just continue to move forward and get into range of something else that they can destroy. That refinery does go down, going to be destroying the major building block here from Shock Treatment. Shock Treatment going to be moving really far forward. That must have been a miss micro there, and could potentially be costing him a couple of avatars as a result. And that one more avatar will be going down, yeah. So this is looking very, very bad for Shock Treatment. What has he been doing in the meantime? Not quite sure what he destroyed down here. Looks like there was a burning husk of a Scorpion tank there. But Maze, he's doing quite a bit of damage. He's lost a number of these avatars, but honestly, if he's streaming engineers back to capture those, I think he'll be fine, because he'll just be able to continually reinforce on the front lines. He is not doing that, though, and these avatar husks are definitely overextended from his base, and once this force has been held off, it's going to be looking like lights out for Maze, because there's just so much avatars, or rather so many avatars that could potentially be reclaimed here by Shock Treatment. And yeah, he's realizing that now. He's going to drop that Hand of Nod, and he's going to try to get out some engineers. That's a huge number of avatars, and an incredible amount of money that was spent that could be reclaimed right here for the simple cost of a single engineer. And I think Maze is realizing now how much potential damage output is sitting right here, just on the ground, waiting to be captured. And he's going to try to kill off the engineers and kill off some avatar husks, but They are going to be going back into the favor of Shocktreatment, and now this is going to be very, very bad for Maze. I mean, $500 to get avatars back, and he's not having to do a whole lot of work to overextend those engineers to get into position to capture them. So that may have actually been a squandered opportunity, really poorly for Maze. But we did see an engineer coming out. It looks like he was trying to grab another avatar husk for himself. But it's going to be infantry spam here coming out from Shocktreatment. Honestly, Fanatics wouldn't be a terrible idea, just due to the fact that the avatars can't really run that fast. But honestly, this is tough for Maze. I think having all of those avatars in the base of Shocktreatment, the trading that went down was just really, really in favor of Shocktreatment, and maybe a missed opportunity for Maze to stream engineers across the map to rejoin his push there and just keep those avatars on the front lines. Because if he was able to do that, then I think the force multiplier would have just been so great on Maze's behalf that it just would have absolutely shut down Shocktreatment. But now Shocktreatment has all of these avatars. While a lot of them are really heavily damaged, they still have a lot of damage output and quite a bit of armor. And against this small number of avatars as well as rocket squads, I think it will be enough to hold the line. And we do see these rocket squads trying desperately to hold off against these avatars, but just not enough to hold off against that sheer armor. And we do have a couple of shadow teams coming in from Maze. Not quite sure what he's planning to do with that. Likely just going to try to kill off all the infantry, but honestly, I think it's a little bit too late, and Maze going to be calling the GG, and Shocktreatment going to be evening up this series 2-2. So interesting game. Definitely thought it was going in favor of Maze, but maybe a missed opportunity to send some engineers in behind his main force there to clean up the avatar husks, or rather recapture them into his favor, and just continue to push his assault. But Shocktreatment, he responded to that very, very well. He forced the engagement in his base, didn't necessarily want that, but managed to capitalize on a misstep there by Maze by leaving all those avatar husks available for Shocktreatment to recapture, and he just managed to recapture all of those, had a huge avatar army ready to push forward, and just Maze was overwhelmed by the sheer number, despite the fact that they were on half HP. So that's going to be it. 2-2 now for this series, so we will be seeing tons and tons of more games coming out from both of these players. We'll have to see how the next one turns out. Alright everybody, and game number 5 takes us to the map Tournament Rift, and spawning on the left hand side as the pink screen, we have Shocktreatment. On the right hand side as the cyan nod, we have Maze. Let me just make sure I've got my scoreboard set up correctly here. Okay. So, there we go. So it's 2-2. Maze taking 2 games early on, manages to put himself up 2-0. Shocktreatment climbs his way back into this series by taking the following 2 games. So it is 2-2, and Maze had map choice, so Tournament Rift going to be the map of choice. And we'll have to see how he makes this one work out. We've been seeing Maze expanded down into this area pretty quickly in order to secure himself these Tiberium spikes. Obviously, the Tiberium spikes in Tiberium Wars much more valuable due to the fact that they produce 25 credits a second as opposed to the 10 credits a second that you would see on Gains Wrath. At least I believe it's 10 credits a second. It might be 15. Pretty sure it's 10 though. And Shocktreatment actually going for an interesting move here. He chooses to expand with an outpost straight out to the middle, and he's going to be looking to grab maybe a war factory early on this this center green Tiberium field. So very interesting move. We saw that used a couple times earlier today, and it was used to pretty good effect. Secured pretty good map control early on, and just gave a lot of options for those players to really put some pressure on. And Shocktreatment, he is going to be taking some damage from those 2 militant squads. Actually, yeah, there's only 2. And it is going to be harvesters coming out straight away for Shocktreatment as well. Likely going to be seeing some refineries being dropped on that field, and wants to get that economy up and running quickly so that way Maze can't capitalize on the early game investment that Shocktreatment chose to go for with the outpost. So we'll have to see. It's going to be Scorpion Tanks straight away for Maze. Interesting move. We did see Bike Buggy most of the time earlier on, and he's going to go straight for Scorpion Tanks this time around. Maybe realizing that Bike Buggy is not going to be able to really do a whole lot against the strategy that Shocktreatment's choosing to go for. Or maybe he's just intending to catch Shocktreatment with his pants down, expecting the Bike Buggy. But oh, actually, we got 1 bike and 1 buggy here from Maze. So I guess you could say he went for Bike Buggy to some extent. Maze going for the same move, so he really likes this move to the southern expansion here and going for that blue Tiberium as well as those 2 Tiberium spikes. He's invested a lot of money and a lot of time into making that same move in almost every game that we've seen from him today. We'll have to see if he makes it pay off in this game against Shocktreatment. In the meantime, Shocktreatment is given free reign over this green Tiberium field. It's also going to give him an opportunity to expand down to this south green Tiberium field and have pretty good control of the map. It's going to allow him to kind of pincer Maze down to this bottom portion of the map, so we'll likely see a lot of engagements probably around this area and then up in in Shocktreatment's base here as Maze chooses where he wants to attack. So there are a decent number of Scorpion Tanks out on the field, not a base killing force by any stretch of the imagination, but double war factory here, just going to be continually pumping out Scorpion Tanks, and we did see triple refinery there for Maze, so it is going to be a hand of nod. Oh, actually, oh wow, he powers that down straight away. Nice move there from Maze, and we do see the engineer come out straight away. Saboteur is going to be running into that Tiberium spike, and could be seeing the Buzzer Swarm support power being called in to drop that single engineer, but honestly I don't know if it would necessarily be worth it, because you'd have to spend more money to kill off that engineer than you would actually get back from actually killing it. So it's a risky venture, but it's going to be Devourer tanks on the cards here for Shocktreatment, realizing that he's up against Scorpion Tanks, or maybe just expecting that he's up against Scorpion Tanks. Wow, that's a lot of Scorpion Tanks. Huge Congo line coming in here from Maze. I say Congo line, but it's not really a Congo line. They're just sweeping in. A couple of them being left behind, dealing with just a single buzzer, but going to be getting picked off here by the superior range and damage output of these Devourer tanks. Needs to be careful not to overcommit into these attacks. And yeah, he's going to choose to fall back here. He does have a huge number of tanks, but honestly, he's going to trade so cost ineffectively there. It's really not going to work out to his advantage. Could definitely be selling off that hand of nod. Definitely doesn't need to keep it around at this point. And looks like there are a number of seeker tanks here out from Shocktreatment. Going to be putting some pain on this single bike and buggy. It's going to be cleaning those guys up, not allowing them to be a force multiplier later on in the game. And we have a couple of these flame tanks moving around here for Maze. So I don't think they've actually been spotted here by Shocktreatment, so this could actually catch Shocktreatment by surprise. And now Maze is actually being given full control of this blue Tiberium field, which could be really, really dangerous here early on, because it's going to give him a huge cash spike, and if he puts it to good use, it's going to be extremely devastating. But 4 flame tanks here going to be rolling into the base of Shock Treatment, and there's really not a whole lot to stop it. There's a single Devourer tank here. That's not going to be enough. I think this will honestly be enough to actually poke in and destroy both bases there, unless Shock Treatment and responds to this straight away. And the problem is the second that Shock Treatment responds to this, Maze is going to push in with these Scorpion tanks. So yeah, he's caught in a really tough position here, because these flame tanks are going to come in, do tons and tons of damage. A couple of Seeker tanks. Honestly, these flame tanks could just turn on the Seeker tanks and probably destroy them, but it's giving an opportunity for this Devourer tank to get into position, and the Devourer tank firing a shot even though it didn't look like it did. Wow, actually I'm kind of surprised that those Seeker tanks were able to hold off that number of flame tanks. And now it's going to give Shock Treatment an opportunity to push forward with his Devourer tanks, and he's got a huge army here. So despite the numbers advantage that Maze has with these Scorpion tanks, it's definitely not going to be enough to hold the line. Couple of Avatars out on the field, but not going to be enough, nearly enough, to hold off against this. And we do have 2 Hands of Nod being dropped here by Maze. Not sure if it's going to be Rocket Squads or Fanatics. Looks like it will be Rocket Squads. It's going to be looking for that sustained damage versus the burst damage straight away. And these Scorpion tanks now have the laser capacitors, going to be trying to continually push these guys back, and actually these Devourer tanks are going to choose to stop and fight their way through this. But man, Maze has actually managed to get a really good concave here. He managed to get some nice kiting off on Shock Treatment, while these guys, I think, were on hold fire stance, because he didn't want to exhaust some of those charge shots on infantry. But now there will be a Storm Column here to defend this force, and once again, nice stasis chamber here coming out from Shock Treatment. Going to be able to lock down all 3 Avatars. I think that one's caught inside. Yeah, it's definitely caught inside. It's like a weird visual glitch though, where he's like kind of not stuck inside. I don't know. Honestly, I think Maze should just stay on top of this force and fight, because once that stasis chamber comes offline, these forces are going to be eradicated straight away. Whereas, I mean, if he was forcing all of the fire on these guys, then those 3 Avatars would have been given at least an opportunity to retaliate. But man, this fight's getting really, really messy here. Not quite sure who's coming out on top. It's definitely looking like Shock Treatment will be taking a victory here. All his infantry should maybe just stop and turn and fight, because really there's not a whole lot that this force can do against infantry. Devastator warships though coming out for Shock Treatment, and the shields coming online as well. So force field generator is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. Now these infantry don't want to continue to fight this, because the Devastator warships will eventually completely clean them up, and the Shock Treatment, or rather the Shock Troopers of Shock Treatment, will be able to sponge a lot of damage from infantry, at least until there are some anti-infantry out on the field. And these Scorpion tanks have taken a huge amount of damage. Not quite sure what they were hit by, or if they're just returning from that fight, but man, they took a lot of damage. There is a Tib Chem plant out on the field for Maze, so going to be seeing some one-clicks in the near future, I would imagine. Not quite sure where he's going to choose to hit, but he's given complete map control to Maze at this point, or rather to Shock Treatment. Yes, he has control of the blue Tiberium field as well as both of the Tiberium spikes, but it's not going to be overwhelming the amount of Tiberium that has been gathered on this center green Tiberium field. So Shock Treatment, he's going to have an advantage here if he continues to mine away happily on this southern field. Honestly, Maze wouldn't be terrible. It wouldn't be a terrible idea to go for some bike buggy, maybe harass that economy down in the south, at least force Shock Treatment to respond to it, maybe drop a storm column or something, or even just force some of these units out of position. But right now, Shock Treatment is being allowed to kind of dictate the pace of the game, deciding where he wants to attack and what forces he wants to expend to do so. A couple of Devastator warships just kind of chilling out here, a couple of Shock Troopers, as well as some Devourer tanks just waiting for their opportunity to push in and do some damage. And it's looking like Maze is going to get caught on 2 sides of a bad fight here, and actually is leaving his refinery up for some free damage. And wow, actually that's a large number of Venoms, and they do have the laser capacitors upgrades, so they will be able to kill off all those Shock Troopers very, very quickly. So for those of you that may have said that Shock Troopers counter these Venoms, yeah, they're being shut down pretty hard right now by the Venoms. But the refinery going down on this blue Tiberium field is pretty massive, because it just denies that economy from Maze on this field. And that's really what he was banking on to keep himself in this game. Planetary Assault Carriers coming in as well. This one may be a little bit overextended here, as these rocket squads are just going to destroy it the second it gets into range. I'm not sure if he's planning to use that as scouting for something to be dropped in his base, but doesn't look like there's anything really there to be dropped. Looks like the phase field was used on these Annihilator tripods. Not quite sure what they were doing. It looks like they were managing to destroy the majority of this base. Those harvesters looks like they were pulled off the line for a time, but nice stealth tank moves here with for Maze rather. Going to be able to clean up a large number of these harvesters. Storm Column comes down straight away, destroys one stealth tank right off the hop, and now these stealth tanks are going to be lost to the Devourer tanks here from Maze. Actually, 2 of them managed to survive. Ooh, actually there is a third one there as well. It looks like the remainder of this army is going to continue to pressure down in the south as well. This could be an opportunity here for Shocktreatment to counterattack and send this force in to destroy this base and go for a little bit of a base trade in that respect. But if he chooses to respond to this by retaliating against this force, I think he's going to be in a really bad position because he's losing a lot of infrastructure here. And if he loses his drone platform, he's going to be in a really tough spot. I mean, he does still have gravity stabilizers, so he can rebuild it, but as we can see right now, he's building planetary assault carriers, so not quite sure. Shocktreatment, he's made some interesting decisions in this game. Planetary assault carriers probably being the most interesting of them. It's typically not a unit that you'd see even in a situation where you're really far ahead, just due to the fact that there's much more cost-effective ways of going about attacking these forces. But yeah, the Venoms are actually being chewed up pretty heavily by these planetary assault carriers, I guess, so maybe not the worst transition in the world. One goes heroic, and now they're going to be able to clean up all these aircraft pretty quickly, and with no real contest. Down in the south, it looks like there is still a number of infantry here that have managed to hold on. It looks like that remaining Avatar will go down, and now these Annihilator tripods are going to try to go in for the crushes on these infantry. Do manage to get some nice crushes, going to be killing off the majority of these units, but that drone platform is still alive. These Venoms trying desperately to support their forces on the ground, but just don't have the damage output to kill off these Annihilator tripods quickly enough, and that will be enough to destroy all of those forces. The drone platform's now in peril, and yeah, I think Shocktreatment missed an opportunity to just go for a base trade there, because his forces were much faster and could have definitely come in and trade much more cost effectively against this base. But Shocktreatment calls the GG, and Maze will be going up 3-2 in this series. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 6 of this best of 9 final series for the February Fury 1 vs 1 tournament. And that brings us to the map Tournament Arena, and spawned in the upper left hand corner as the cyan nod, we have Maze. And down on the bottom right hand corner as the pink nod, we have Shocktreatment. So it is 3-2 in favor of Maze. I apologize, I have the colors backwards. Let me just swap those around. There we go, that would have got confusing a little bit later. But it's going to be Shadow Team opening here from Shocktreatment. Maybe going to be looking to snipe the outpost, which is coming out from Maze. A risky move because if you put the outpost far enough away, sometimes you can get it deployed and get your refinery down before the Shadow Teams actually get into position. But Maze, he's got a decent number of militant squads here trying to defend against this. And it's looking like Shocktreatment should have enough time to actually get in there and destroy that. We'll have to see if he's able to. Oh, it's looking like he will be able to. Yes, he does have enough bombs. He does manage to destroy it. He goes right back into flying mode, and he will get away. So that's going to be setting Maze behind, though he will just transition that refinery that he was queuing onto his main base here instead. And now it's going to be a couple more of these Shadow Teams going to be poking some damage onto the power plants. This is going to be setting Maze quite a bit behind. He's going to be forced to build some additional power plants and build some early game Raider buggies and bikes in order to destroy these forces. So a little bit unfortunate to have to deal with that, but it is part of the game and an absolutely valid strategy. So meanwhile, we do see Shocktreatment just going for a couple of refineries on his main base, not actually going for the blue Tiberium just yet. He is going to be packing up his MCV now, like he's headed on his way up there. Not quite sure if he's going to go for the same strategy that we saw earlier on, where you deploy your MCV up in this area, and then you can get build radius on both of those fields pretty quickly. But looks like the Shadow Teams are now being used to just anti-scout, and that's not a bad idea at all. Obviously, if you can starve your opponent of vision, then you'll be in a good position to potentially do some more damage later on. And we do have these Shadow Teams just trying desperately to escape the bike buggy here, which are out to just straight up kill these guys off, and it's more bikes coming out from Maze. Not terribly shocked to see that. Wants to try to get in and do some counter harass to Shocktreatment down in the south. What does Shocktreatment have to respond to this? Doesn't actually have any defensive units out on the field just yet. He's pumping out militant rocket squads now. They will take quite a lot of damage from these Raider buggies. There's honestly not a lot of Raider buggies here to actually stop this. And actually the bikes are actually managing to get some free shots on these harvesters. This could be really punishing here to Shocktreatment. Does not really have the forces that he needs to defend against this. And if Maze can continue to get some free shots on these harvesters, he's going to be in a really good position. Oh, he does manage to kill off one more harvester. Going to continue to kill off more harvesters, more Raider buggies coming forward trying to kill off the remainder of these militant rocket squads. And man, he's killed a lot of harvesters. Holy cow. Lots and lots of harvesters going down. I don't know if Shocktreatment actually has an expansion. He does. He has a couple of harvesters on this blue Tiberium field. So he's not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination yet, but he's definitely in a tough situation. So nice counterattack from Maze there to go for those bikes. And all of the economy is going to be on this blue field here for Shocktreatment. It's going to give an easy harassment opportunity to Maze, but nice move here from Shocktreatment. Going to be coming in with those Shadow Teams once again. Going to be killing off a couple of power plants. I don't think he actually killed too much more. More bike buggy just rolling around here. Bike buggy being used to kill off these Shadow Teams as opposed to actually continue to destroy harvesters. You should definitely be up here killing off harvesters. Would be a much better use of the bike buggy at this point, but he does manage to kill off those Shadow Teams. He's going to be putting himself way up and ahead of that of Shocktreatment, and honestly, Shocktreatment, he's been able to get himself back into this game. He's got 3 harvesters at this point, but the economy is way behind that of Maze at this point. And if Maze manages to establish himself on this green field pretty quickly, then he's going to be able to production in a huge capacity over that of Shocktreatment pretty quickly. And yeah, this one harvester is pretty heavily damaged as well, so it's going to be moving a little bit slower. At least I believe you get heavy damage mode in Tib Wars. I know that's a fact in Kane's Wrath, but I'm not positive of that in Tiberium Wars. It looks like the bike buggy is going to come in once again, going to get some free shots on these harvesters here. And Shocktreatment, he's going to lose one harvester for sure. Oh no, the building block is not going to be good enough. Ooh, actually could potentially be losing another Harvester. Doesn't look like Maze wants to overextend, though. He will lose a couple of bikes, but oh, actually that bike getting a couple more shots off. A couple of Scorpion tanks here moving in here from Maze, just continuing to pressure Shock Treatment on each side of the map, and just doesn't want to allow him any opportunity to breathe in this game, because he knows that once Shock Treatment can get himself back into the game, that he's going to be a formidable foe to deal with. And a couple of bikes just managing to stick behind, expended for no real gain there. And actually these Harvesters being forced to long distance harvest should definitely be up in this area by now. There should be refineries. Honestly, I think these guys are just auto-queued back to these refineries just due to the fact that they were microed to go there, but definitely should be another refinery on this field. Could potentially be seeing some more Scorpion tanks, but man, large number of Scorpion tanks out on the field, just killing off anything that comes out of these war factories here for Shock Treatment, and Maze is looking really, really good in this fight. He's continuing to do more and more damage. He's not allowed Shock Treatment an opportunity to actually tech up. He's only up to tier 2. I don't think we actually see a tier 3 out just yet. No, that's just another power plant. So yeah, this is looking like it's definitely going to be going Maze's way. GG comes in from Shock Treatment, and Maze is going to be picking up game number 6. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 7 of this best of 9 final series. And spawning down in the bottom left hand corner of Small Town USA as the cyan nod, we have Maze. And in a do or die situation here in the upper right hand corner as the pink GDI, we have Shock Treatment. So it's 4-2 Maze against Shock Treatment, and this is match point here for Maze. He only needs to pick up one more win in order to secure himself the title of the victor of this tournament. And Shock Treatment, he's got to claw himself back in by picking up 3 consecutive wins in the next 3 games in order to get himself back into this tournament and secure himself first place. But honestly, Small Town USA, the only map remaining in the pool here, left to be played prior to these guys repeating some maps here. So they're going to go with Small Town USA, and should be interesting to see how these guys go about doing things. And Shock Treatment, he is playing GDI this time around. Should be seeing maybe some APC engineers coming out. Obviously a very powerful strategy, and on a map where you can kind of flank your enemy pretty quickly using the different pathways, it's a pretty potent move. And wow, actually a lot of infantry coming out through the middle of the map here for Shock Treatment, looking to grab some early garrisons maybe by the looks of it. Yeah, actually it's looking like he's going to be able to grab that garrisonable structure no problem. Be throwing in a couple of rifleman squads and rather a single rocket squad. Actually, the remainder of these forces are going to continue to push forward. Ooh, actually a sold off tier 2 going to be coming out with a Black Hand squad. Going to be coming out right on the front lines. Going to be able to flame down all of these rocket squads, and Shock Treatment is going to be forced to run. So good decision here from Maze to read that, go for that tier 2 straight away, and sell that off. He does build another one and power it down just in case. Maybe going for a flame tank or something in the near future, but does drop a shredder turret as well, going to be forcing these guys to fall back, and they do actually go into suppressed mode, and we'll be taking a little bit more damage. Oh, so close. They're not actually going to die. Okay, and that Black Hand squad is not going to continue to give chase. They actually come here and clear out this garrisonable structure, just get rid of that annoying battle marker showing up all over the place. Oh, actually a militant squad getting crushed a little bit by that MCV. Probably unintentional, but pretty good nonetheless. And Maze, he's held off this attack here from Shocktreatment, at least early on. And Shocktreatment, I think he wants to attack that Tiberium Spike. No, maybe not. There's a Flame Tank coming through the middle of the map that could potentially be spelling the demise of this infantry force if it chooses to respond to it. But no, it looks like he's going to be sent down to the south. Wants to actually poke in and do some serious damage. Shocktreatment being extremely annoying with this this infantry force. Power does come back online. That Shredder turret will be doing some massive damage. Black Hand Squad just being allowed to absolutely kill off all of these rocket squads. And it looks like Shocktreatment is just going to continue to run with these rifleman squads into this base. And Flame Tank here going to be killing off one refinery for sure, unless Shocktreatment is able to drop down a silo or something, but doesn't look like he has anything ready to go. He does drop down a command post, but it's going to be a little bit late and not in a position to actually block this off. So, oh, is he going to get behind the refinery? He does get behind the refinery. He's flaming down the harvester, though. He should be focusing down the refinery. I don't think he'll have enough damage to actually destroy that refinery. If he had destroyed that, that would likely be GG. Oh, there's another flame tank up here in the north, so it looks like another refinery was killed off, maybe another war factory as well. Honestly, not sure, but there is only a single war factory here out from Shocktreatment at the moment. He does drop down another refinery on his expansion, as well as a barracks to try to hold the line against this force. But honestly, ooh, Maze giving the aggressive GG. I don't know about that, but Avatar's coming out as well, going to be looking to continue to push forward, and sells off the barracks straight away, realizing that there's really no way to hold this off with that Black Hand Squad on the front lines. But yeah, this is looking pretty rough for Shocktreatment. I don't know how he's going to get himself back into this game. That early game infantry move, really strange. I think he was just trying to go for something, you know, a little bit different, a little bit more interesting to watch, but he does still have a crane. He's not out of this game by any means of the word. Sells off his MCV, sells off all of the infrastructure down at that expansion, and looks like he has a couple of harvesters that are pulled off the line at the moment. Not quite sure what they're doing. I'm going to be focusing down a Raider buggy, but yeah, this is looking to be definitely going the way that Maze wanted to. Oh, and he actually gets a Black Hand Squad into that garrisonable structure as well. Could be flaming down that refinery pretty much uncontested at this point. Another Black Hand Squad will jump in there as well. Yeah, that refinery will be toasted right now. That garrisonable structure being used very, very well. Another MCV does come out for Shocktreatment, but honestly, it's going to be a little bit too little too late. There's a ton of avatars here, as well as continually reinforced infantry, and GG coming in from Shocktreatment. Maze will be taking the game, the series, and the tournament in fantastic fashion. So really great moves there from Maze. Going to be securing himself a victory in that game, as well as the series, and in the tournament. So very much a big congratulations out to Maze. He has played extremely well today. We did see a lot of one-clicks, but that's okay. He played very well nonetheless, and against Shocktreatment, a very worthy opponent to say the least. Probably the favorite to actually see win this tournament. But Shocktreatment, he put on a good show for us, did some different crazy tactics, and they didn't necessarily pay off in every situation, unfortunately for him, but that's okay. He put on an interesting show nonetheless. So GG's, gentlemen. It was certainly a pleasure to watch, and let's just see what else is going on here. I hope that I wasn't Did I misspeak? I'm concerned now that I misspoke. I don't think I did. Okay, alright, I'm sorry. Maze had me really confused. He hosted another lobby, and then he looked like he was ready to play another game, so I thought for a second there that I had my score off. But yes, Maze did take a victory here. So congratulations, Maze. You took the first place prize, which is a very, very significant win over Shocktreatment. But congratulations, obviously, to Shocktreatment, and thank you very much for playing, sir. It's always a pleasure to see him in tournaments, especially in Tib Wars. And yeah, so that's been a very, very successful tournament from what I can see. These guys have played extremely well throughout the course of the day, and we actually didn't see any really bad games throughout the day. We saw some maybe small misplays, things like that, but great games all around. Even right from the round of 16, we saw some fantastic plays. So very, very interesting games. very, very fun tournament. I hope you guys have all had a blast. Congratulations once again to Maze, and thank you very much to everybody that played in the tournament, and thank you very much to everybody that has been watching. I think right now we are sitting at 59 people watching. That is pretty fantastic, especially for Tib Wars. We don't see that all that often, especially on my channel. I usually have a slightly smaller live audience, but hey, it's pretty cool to see everybody stopping by. Thank you all very much for joining us today, and thanks once again to everybody over at Game Replays, Toxic Shock, and Phantom for doing so much hard work to actually get this up and running and keep things running smoothly. And again, thank you to Aggressive Panda for casting the other half of the tournament. I think he also casted the third place match, so you could be sure to check that out. I think he'll post all that stuff to YouTube when he gets a chance. Not quite sure. You'll have to check with him. But yeah, thank you guys all once again for watching. Congratulations again to Maze. I hope you guys have all had fun. I know I certainly have. And I will catch you all next time.